One, here we go. Hello, everybody. Well, first of all, let's thank you. Who the hell was that? Let's see. We had 8 minutes ago.
God.
Dunky did a resub. So what's up, Dunk? Neil misses you. Occasionally, I catch him kind of like whimpering in the corner in the other chair. You see behind him right now, whispering your name. It's a little weird, but you know he just kind of like cuddles up. He's like, Bastion. Thank you, Steve, for the 3 gift subs, and Norway for the, I think that's 6 gift subs. It's hard to tell from over here, from the window.
Well,
and then
so
Steve
Twitch
again
tells
for
you
2.
he's gifting 5.
There was
Twitch
one.
counts it for you.
Oh no, but also subbed. That's why there's 6. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gifts and plus 1.
Thank you for the sub and 5 gift subs.
There you go. So that's 6. Boom, nailed it.
That's
Steve
not
with
6
2.
gift subs.
And then Joey for my daddies. Thank you. Except for Messi, I hear you on not missing Messi.
Yeah, same man.
Yeah, Messi's.
F that dude, right?
I went to use my Prime to subscribe to join in on the hype train, and I can't because someone gifted me a sub before, so I can't join in on the hype train.
God damn. Did I just see a trump card get played?
What? No. There's like this thing where
You
they
know
like
exactly
to,
why you brought this on us, Neil.
Did I? What did I do?
Yeah. I saw exactly what happened in the Discord.
What?
And I saw everyone's reaction being exactly like, really, Neil?
What? What did I do?
a media fingers pointing. Wow.
Yeah, wait, let me see if I can go find it.
Wow. Did you guys see how quickly those knives came out?
Yeah, fucking text.
Yeah.
Anno, the one that.
For the what?
Okay. Sorry. I thought it was Anno that. I thought it was Starga that it was, but apparently Anno is the one that. Is the you? It's okay. Don't worry. Wrong person.
What did I do? What did
You
I
made
do
a really
to
bad.
Anna?
It wasn't that bad. It was just a really bad joke.
I mean,
Which
if it's
channel is it?
Auto usually deserves it. Usually deserves it.
No, it was the bidet joke thing. I saw that and the reactions. I was
Yeah.
like, oh no.
All right. So let's see who's it. Amanda. Let's throw that on her real quick. And
I remember seeing that and thinking that's going to get us in trouble.
that's just funny.
And then-
I just love the fact that, you know, something happens and immediately Tasha's like, that's you. It's you. You did that. It's all you. I was like, wow. Ouch.
Monster. Jesus.
It's
I
almost like,
mean, it's usually the case.
wow. Okay. I mean, to be fair, Jake can say some rather incendiary things as well.
That's true. That's true.
Do you remember that time where we had Birdman Joey and we threatened to throw him off a tower if he betrayed us? Good
Yeah,
times,
I remember
right?
that time that you had Birdman Joey and you threatened to throw him off the tower just because I think he wore like sandals or something. Like, I don't even know what it was. You were like, you are clearly evil. And he's like, what? And he's like, I'm watching you. He's like, no, but hi, my name's Joey. You say
He
one
was like-
wrong thing.
He was like, well, I occasionally open other people's letters and send the details to other people. Oops, woo. And we were like, dude, why are you telling us that when you're offering to come be our Birdman? And he's like, hee. And so I threatened him to throw him off a cliff, essentially.
Oh, I forgot about the Birdman.
and
Yeah,
then
you
he was
did do
like,
that.
and then he was like, oh no, my actions have consequences. Betraying people I work for may get me killed. Whoa! And then he liked it.
Don't you think that's kind of an extreme? Like you took French fries from the fry later?
No. It's not because Rarian was a ruler of that land. And so your betrayal has to be proportionate to your punishment. If he stole a pie from the window, you know, give him an old
You would
spanky
make
on the
him
bum.
drown in pie.
You give him a spanky on the bum. if you send messages that are specifically meant to individuals to other people, i.e., a direct conscious betrayal,
Yeah.
like what our spy masters did when they admitted there were 2,000 troops just like sitting in a well somewhere in Halfgren. Well, we've got no food. Let's store all the troops in the granary, boys. Excellent job, sir. Excellent job. Come out of nowhere.
I don't know why, but what just popped into my head was like the troop, like a couple troops getting ready for the like to go to war, pulling up bags of holding and just dumping soldiers.
Just like soldiers in grain everywhere, like oats all over the ground. So hold on. So what is the appropriate recompense or punishment or what have you for someone who used magic to heal your injured soldiers?
What do you mean?
Like, so if somebody wanted to use magic to heal your injured soldiers during a time of war, how would you punish them for that? Would it be like
to heal my own injured soldiers?
Yeah. Would it be like an unlimited supply of alcohol to somebody with a drinking problem?
Yeah, I think that would be a reasonable reward.
Okay. Yeah.
So if the one thing they want and need to survive is alcohol, then I say, I'm currently at war. I don't have time to start a AA program, get them to go through it, get them to stick with it. And so what I can do is make sure that they don't suffer from withdrawals ever.
Oh, that's that was.
Which will also kill you, for the record.
It's the same person that also, found Dwayne, freed Dwayne, and kept Dwayne alive. But it sounds like an appropriate response for them. So you sound like a very even keel ruler.
You know that the side effects, the alcohol withdrawal will kill you.
It can kill you.
No, it really will.
I mean, it can kill you. You could also stage
it
off
really
of it,
will.
But you could also step off of it with a slow reduction. Over the course of say like 2 or 3 months, have a little bit less, a little bit less, and a little bit less.
No. With the amount he was drinking, you're talking a long ass time.
I mean, to be fair, it was Josh's character, so I understand why you wanted to, but
Look.
Yeah, but we already know how he felt about Elliot, who simply gave him facts about magic. He's like, I'm sorry, did you get educated for a much longer period of time than me in a better school? Gah!
Yeah, and tell me what was Rayren and Elliot's relationship?
Sexual?
They were bros, yes.
Before? Not bros.
What we're saying is wham equals friendship.
Oh, is that what it, okay. Hey, Tesh, I suggest you don't ever hang out with Neil in person. You might get whacked. He'd be like, Tesh! You'd be like, hey! He'd be like, what the Like, this is why we got our independence.
Chat does rule now, Dunk. Valorant is a shadow of its former self, truly.
Oy vey. All right.
Yeah, the first gun was a love gun, yeah. Rain was actually Cupid. Cupid in this world is gone. Love no longer exists. Well done, guys. Could have saved him. Could have. Didn't.
Save Cupid?
Yeah.
Okay.
AKA Rayron.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. But yeah, to touch on what Neil just said to you, Dunky, that campaign ended, and the kingdom continues on with occasional streams, and it's being run by Patreon members. So, all right, cool. Let's get into the game. Jake's children are still about as sick as Neil's mind, so he is going to be off and on screen, as he needs to be a good daddy. So you can either applaud him for being a good father, or you can slide to his DMs and let him know how you want him to be your daddy. Whatever the case, he appreciates the love, and he asks that we go straight into you guys' interrogation. If you remember, the session literally ended with the guy standing up saying, "I'll tell you anything." And that was the one who was being a bit coy before. Not's the one who was being an ass before. And as a reminder, the one that had kind of was injured was the one that was being the ass. So we can bring it down to you two. Are you ready to interrogate these boys? I think you immediately you said at the end of last session was now we can separate them or something like that. But I don't recall 100%.
Yeah, it was one as soon as like the guy stood up and was like, I'll tell you everything. It's like, good. Now we separate them.
So it's a fun thing you separate. And you like, what is your immediate response? Like, let's separate them.
I would probably say that.
Okay, you say that let's separate them, and immediately looking to just start coming clean, just start squealing on everything. He points at the guy still standing and says, "He's the one that designed the logo for the Women's Network. It was him. It was his idea the whole time." So, sorry. Sorry.
People approve. Our government approved that.
No.
How did no one?
Oh, that's because he turned off his camera.
Ask one woman, one person, one child.
It's funny too because I showed it to the person that I work with that
Oh wow! I just saw that. I hadn't seen
Yeah.
that. How? That's a penis.
Yeah, I showed it to the person I work with that has questionable political views and whatnot, and he was like, "Wow, they even left a curly hair and everything."
I don't understand how literally no one at any stage was like, "This is a problem."
This is the issue when you're just surrounded by yes men, right? Like that's like the whole idea. So,
Yep.
You're just surrounded by yes men. I finally watched what's it called? Don't Look Up, by the way, Tesh. I watched it in 3 chunks and I fast forwarded over maybe like 15 minutes of it. Like, so I watched it on my phone. So I occasionally would just like tap like 9 or 10 times because I'm like, oh my God, this is so fucking boring. Tap. Like the entire concert scene, skip the entire thing. I was like, I don't really care about listening to Ariana Grande sing fake songs about a fake comet in a fake costume. Tap. Tap. I have no idea who that rap guy is. Tap. 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 So, I don't know. But you watched it,
So
right?
guys, Twitch viewers
Which
who are
one?
watching, right?
Sorry.
Don't look
Scott's
it up.
talking about this shit, and you're just like, tap,
sorry.
tap.
Don't look
Why
up.
doesn't
That's
Twitch
what-
have this
yeah.
function?
No, I haven't seen Don't Look Up. It's on
I
my
thought you were the one that
list
said to watch it.
No, not me.
Oh, never mind.
I've
Alright,
got
let's
it on
get
my
to the
list to
game.
watch.
Let's
but
get
I
to the
haven't
game
watched
then. I thought you were the one that suggested it. Never mind.
it. No.
Change the
Scott's a bad
conversation.
friend.
I literally watched it because I was like, oh, I'll talk to Tesh about this because he said he watched it. Literally
No,
was like,
no, I haven't watched it, so it wasn't me.
Nope. Never mind. Let's get to the game.
It's hilarious.
Wow, Raul. Wow. Okay.
Oof.
Ouch.
Oof.
Okay. Let's go. He immediately jumps up and says, "I'll tell you anything," and you're like, "Bro." So who do you take away and who do you leave in the room?
We take away the one who didn't say he'll tell us everything.
Yes.
He can go stew in a cell.
Okay. So you're going to take away the one that was more or less just hand feeding you a shit ton of lies.
Yes, very much, sir.
Okay.
And
So more or less you kind of like grab him up and bring him over. He says a couple of well, shall we say unkind words. And we can allow chat to toss some vitriol from that character to your characters if you'd like. Not to Tesh and Neil though, just that character to Tristan and the Gallon. And otherwise,
you throw it at Tesh or me, and you taste the timeout hammer.
the sniff made that so much more creepy.
It was supposed to be creepy.
yeah. Every time I hear somebody sniff, it just makes me think of my president. I'm like, it's my country.
Well, like when he comes on stage, he's like off stage there with his oxygen in his nasal cannula, and he's like, oh, okay, takes him off and rushes on stage and like makes his speech, and he's like, oh, short breath. Okay, keep going. That's why he sort of zones out, because his O2's dropping.
Oh no!
Jesus Christ. Moving on. So, God. No, Scott, don't get distracted. Don't go down that tangent. So you grab him, you drag him over to the door, open it up. A guard outside the door will grab him and drag him off to a different holding area, leaving behind you and the other one that was that had jumped to their feet. This guy jumped up, said, "You must be joking." It's a tangent. Don't worry about it. Keep going. I'm drinking coffee. We'll be okay. We'll get through this. Let's go.
All right, then. You'll tell us everything. From the start?
Okay. So I met her when, I was still working by the dockyard. She was one of the fishermen's daughters. And so
Does she know what you do?
Huh?
Does she know what you do?
Yeah, no.
Does she rely on you?
I mean, she's still working right now, but, or at least she was.
Sounds like you better fucking tell me everything about the Black Knights then, so that you can continue to provide for her. Get yourself an honest job.
You go ahead and roll an intimidate check. You've already won against him twice, so the DC is not high at all. But that was Neil's fun way of saying, cut the shit, Scott.
Yeah, very much so.
That was off the 19.
That was
a cut.
19 for like a good second, and
What
then
an
it's like,
absolute cut.
If you
I
guys
cannot believe that.
If you guys ever want to cheer yourselves up, if you're ever feeling like you're in a bad mood and you just want to see a bad man squirm, you should totally go back and watch like any clips of my Monday Night campaign during mass combat, and you can just see how I'll take like armies of like 5,000 against like an army of like 20 and just get completely trounced because I consistently do exactly that. It'd be like 6-1. It's painful.
If I don't mind rolling once, right? That's part of the game. But when it teases off a 19 onto a 1, you're like,
wow.
That ain't right, man. That ain't right.
I agree with you. All right. So back to game. So yeah, you are so do you want to modify that at all? I know you had what's it called? I know that you had a very low DC, and that's not an automatic failure in this campaign. So
yeah, I think I will luck it because I just want to get it done.
Yeah.
It's funny. I was just checking right now, and the API is broken, so I'm literally going to fix it right now.
Okay. I had a really cute thought, Scott.
Uh-oh.
By the time I eventually come over to America, like it's gonna be like 5 more years, right?
Oh God, that's so far away.
We can teach Rory and Chloe to play D&D.
Oh, wait, hold on. Did anybody else just see that? Like you were referring to an 11-year-old and like a 30-year-old at the same time.
Oh, Chloe's not played D&D, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could totally teach her prior to that.
What do you mean?
We don't have to wait till America to teach your probably then fiance slash.
But she'll feel less intimidated if she's learning alongside a child.
I don't have direct access to her, and that's probably a good thing. But if somebody wants to clip that and get it to me, I'll find a way. I'll find a way.
Chloe, would you like to learn D&D with Scott's daughter? She's very cute. She says she knows she is. She's not responded directly to the other part yet. You're unsure. Why?
It's a long pause.
D&D takes up a lot of time. Yeah, but what if we were in America on holiday seeing Scott and family? We could do it around the fire pit.
That actually sounds fun.
She says that sounds good.
Yeah.
Success.
He has to keep adding in layers.
You really had to twist her arm.
Don't worry, it'll be after the Statue of Liberty and before the Freedom Tower. All right. That's funny.
She feels intimidated by Rory.
So I just want to point out that he used the same technique I do.
Knowing Rory, that's not a surprise. That could happen.
He used the same technique I do, which is says something that it's going to get himself in trouble. Half rats on himself first to ease the blow.
Yeah.
Chloe says she does feel intimidated by Rory. I don't know how. She's so adorable.
Maybe because if she meets Rory, she'll then have the social pressure and what's that biochemical pressure to then want to produce her own Rory.
Maybe because at that age, Rory's going to be like a lean, mean gunslinger. Like,
actually, hold on. She'll be 11. Yeah, she'll probably actually already be visiting the range with me at 11 years old. Yeah, probably. Like all jokes aside.
That's terrifying.
Well, I mean,
I understand why.
Yeah.
I understand why.
yeah, I mean, you gave a
That's
very valid
terrifying.
reason for it. But
yeah. Yep. But yeah, 11 years old.
any
yeah,
dead character sheets could just be fed into the fire pit. I like it. You're out. I wanted to keep it for the memories. Rules are rules.
All right, cool.
Feed the fire.
Sorry for that sidetrack. I hope you fixed the API in that time.
I did, yeah, ages ago. You can go ahead and bloop. There you are. So the 11,
Hey.
so you deliver your line. That was more or less just like cut the crap, Scott. V-Sword, you haven't missed anything other than conversations about the Women's Network. So
Yeah, I'll just say Vsword, Google Australia Women's Network, and you'll know. Okay, let's continue.
it's funny. When I sent my tweet afterwards and I followed up with "Hello, ladies," I was like, "Oh, if people don't get the context, that's just gonna come off as creepy." And I was like, fine with that. I don't care. All right, let's move on. So you deliver your line that's more or less just like cut the shit and tell me everything you need that I need to know. So he just kind of like nods understandingly and says, I'm not sure what you need to know. You guys are the ones that attacked, right? So I'm sure you already know stuff. I can fill in the gaps for you. But I suppose to be simple, we got a camp.
I would like any names you have. I would like locations of bases, locations of operations, locations of meetings. I would like estimates of your force strength, anything in terms of weaponry. I noticed that you have something explosive.
Who you were warning?
Who what? Oh, who he's working?
Who
Yeah.
you were warning?
He nods and says, "Okay, that's a bit more narrow. That helps me. No names. I mean some names, but like, nobody that's important. Like if you, for instance, I know his name. He says, gesturing towards the person out there, but none of us have any command. We just, serve, fight for the cause. So I can get you some names of those people. But honestly, names without faces, I don't know how much that's worth. But I can get you some names. I can write them down. I was taught how to write. If you said locations, you know that camp. I don't know exactly how big that camp is. I just kind of, everybody knows where the bosses were, at least generally. And I know where a couple of the other, kind of like holdouts were inside there. Caves, were inside there. But I think you kind of already know where that stuff is. But any other bases, he shakes his head. I don't know if there are anymore. But I can tell you there are kind of, meeting spots here in the city. there's like meeting spots and like storage areas and whatnot. You know, places where we get a hold up as like guard or like drop things off and whatnot. I can definitely mark those down for you. That's not an issue.
Your leaders, they always wore masks, yes?
Yeah, wore masks and
How many of them were there?
that I know of, there were 5.
5.
Yeah. How many were in camp that day?
I'm asking the questions.
Oh.
Give me a description of each of them. Yes, I understand they wear masks, but there are more defining features than that.
Nods. I mean, I didn't get right up close to most of them, so just kind of that, distance look that I saw. Let's see, that there was a woman amongst them. Her hair was always a bit unkept. There was I assume it was a gnome, way he dressed and how short he was.
The way he dressed. That was your hint. It was a gnome. Okay, carry on.
Well, as you got, he's like, as not to be confused with a Hafue.
All right, very good.
He's like, let's see, there was this one guy. He was dressed very, very regally. Was kind of one of those walks with a straight back, but also kind of like a sheath up his ass. One of those types. Let's see.
So out of character, Scott, does that sound like the gunman?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, just making sure.
Yep. And then the others I'm not particularly familiar with. There's I never got close enough to even like I think they're maybe human, maybe Perrin, something of the like. I think male. I don't 100% know on those. But what I do know is that we were told to come and deliver a message that some of the leaders had died, and it was our job to come and deliver a message, and we were heading to a specific spot to let them know that we were coming.
What spot?
He nods and says, "There's a couple of different areas that more or less, if you ride by, I don't know exactly which." Shop or building or whatnot there, but I can tell you if you ride by this area, you call out certain things, they know the message. So again, I could tell you like say a street corner, but I can't tell you exactly which building it is. There are some buildings I do know, but there's just some areas that I know. I have to understand I'm not exactly ranking up there. And he points at the mask that was left on the table. You can tell.
What do you know of the gnome?
What do you know of what?
The gnome.
Let me turn down that music a little. I love the song, but I don't want it to be too loud for chat. Okay. What do you know of the gnome? He says, I know it's a male gnome. I could hear the voice, where they dressed it or whatnot, I guess. But you know what? When the gnome was around, things were always a little strange, right? Like things sometimes weren't always as they seemed. Actually, I can remember something. One of the other leaders spent more time with the gnome than anybody else. One of the ones that I didn't really see much of. I just saw them coming and going. They spent significantly more time with the gnome than anybody else. I can tell you that. But I don't really know much about the gnome. I'm assuming the gnome wasn't there, in which case the gnome would be in town here. That might be who we were warning. The gnome population here is not huge. It's not tiny, but it's not huge. Probably help narrow it down.
Vices, any proclivities that this gnome partakes in?
Choose somebody in chat to roll a D100.
Ooh,
Higher.
Green, because that joke was amazing.
All right. Higher is more likely to notice something of importance. You get scratches. That's not a D100.
That's not a D100.
Multiply by 5. No. So he says he's kind of thinking for a moment. He rolled less on a D100 versus D. he thinks for a few moments and he says, "No, unfortunately, nothing stands out. Nope."
Do we have a map? No, we don't have.
Of what?
Is there a map in this building? I'm
Of
trying
the
to think
city?
of like
Yes.
where. Yeah. I was thinking we could probably bring a map in here and get him to mark out the areas.
Absolutely, you could. Yep, 100% you could.
Yeah, so that's probably what I would go do now. Is I would go grab a map to have him mark out the different areas.
Oh no. Okay, Gallon kind of explains that to
Wait, oh no.
to Tristan, and he'll go get a map. This leaves Neil alone in the interrogation room.
That's why. Okay, that's what that oh no was about.
Oh man, this is where Neil's lawful pragmatic side comes out.
See, the funny thing is, you say that I very nearly pulled out a crystal and like
Shoved it.
did. What was that sentence going?
Take your medicine.
Anyway, let's continue.
All right. Well, listen. If Neil has to let loose all of his evil tendencies in our campaign so that Chloe can live a nice, calm, good life, let's do that for her. Let's allow Chloe to not have to deal with finding dead cats in the backyard. Okay. So, Neil.
See, I used to be evil in video games because I was like, I could enjoy doing it there because I can't do it in real life, right?
Whoa, that sounds twisted, Tesh.
It sounds twisted, but not quite the accurate. Like it wasn't because you'll understand why when it comes down to it. Then video games got advanced enough that I could see emotions and feel bad for the characters, and now I can't be evil in video games either.
Same. Like I was a Sith in KOTOR 1, right?
Yeah, same.
In the original KOTOR, I played a dark side playthrough once. Same thing with number 2.
But
Dark side playthrough
like
once.
Yeah.
Mass Effect and shit. I'm like,
Exactly.
no, these people have
Mass
feelings.
Effect was the
I can't do it. I
So-
can't.
Yeah,
I
Mass
just
Effect was
can't.
the one that I was like, I can't be evil.
But in Mass Effect, I could do a renegade playthrough without being evil. You know what I mean? So you
Sure.
just
I would
you get
take
renegade
certain
all the way up
renegade
and maybe like a
actions.
4th. Yeah.
Mass Effect 1, yes.
Yeah.
2, sort of. 3, not so much. 3 is like, I'm stupidly evil for Renegade.
Yeah.
3 I played the least, so I have the least memories. Of
Yeah,
it,
no,
unfortunately.
it's legitimately 3. Renegade is like, I turn the villain evil laugh up to 20.
Yeah, but
I have a lot of issues with 3. I do like a lot of stuff in it, but
3 was trying to appeal to a different type of gamer, right? 3 was trying to pull over your COD gamers onto the platform. They were trying to pull them over to play that game. So you had to make things like oh, if I'm not shooting people up inside of a fucking airport,
I
it's
can
not
still
fun.
say that's a terrible decision. So
I'm
I still very much disagree.
Not disagreeing with you at all, Tesh. Like the game got worse. Like I said, my least playthroughs. So, but let's get to
the
back
biggest
to it.
issue I had. Oh, sorry.
No,
I was
please.
the biggest issue I had with the ending and all that, how that went down, was how the devs treated the fans with it. My favorite line was like, "Oh, we didn't simplify it to red, blue, and green. That was you. You simplified it down to that. Meanwhile, someone pulled up the files and it's red ending, blue ending, and green ending."
Yep. Well, it was like the director of Star Wars Episode 8 literally like writing tweets and whatnot, being like, "Your Snoke theory sucks." It was like, bro, why are you being incendiary? You know what I mean? Like, just kind of like smile and walk away. You know, that's all you got to do. You know, like, don't get me wrong, I'll be incendiary to Joey, but that's just because Joey likes it. Joey's like, coat me in gasoline, baby, light me up.
There was also the other thing that really annoyed me was when they did the extended ending. The common thing that people always talked about was how we should have had a ability to overcome them, the Reapers, through like like force and gathering enough forces because it was obviously working. And the devs were saying, no, that's not possible, despite like all the evidence in game showing that it was possible. So the extended ending, if you shoot the Star Child, it's like fine, and everybody died, and it gives you a cutscene saying everyone died.
Yep.
And I was like,
yep.
Wow, fuck you, I guess.
Yeah, it was again really really dumb. It was one of those things too. Where it's almost like if you gave the option for you to actually win by forcing people to play the stupid fucking multiplayer game to get enough points to do so.
And
then at least you could have forced the rest of us to play that multiplayer. I played that multiplayer game for maybe 4 hours, and then I
will
like,
say that multiplayer game was actually a lot of fun. It should never have been forced, but it was very good.
The problem is, I like playing games like that. I did not want to play that in Mass Effect. I wanted to play fucking Mass Effect.
Yeah, no, that's why I said like it should have been a separate thing.
Yeah.
But it was what it was good, but it shouldn't have been attached to the single player at all.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't have. But the reason why I didn't mind the combat transition in that game because I loved the Gears of War games. Like I played one and
they
two.
did a good job with
I don't
combat.
know if I played more than 1 and 2 of Gears of War, but I thought those games are fun. So
I'm the same. I played Gears 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I've started 3, but I didn't get that far into it.
I just around when that came out was again, it's just my life hit a wall where video games just phased more or less around 2012. Any video games that came out say July of 2012 on, that's the end of like I was done kind of at that point. So I was moving states, starting a new job, getting married. Like I was going very much down a path that I just didn't have time for it. In moving states, waiting for Neil to come back. In moving states, like when I was in Maine, Brittany and that was when our relationship was our weakest. Because when we lived in Maine, we almost never saw each other. Like nowadays, we don't ever see each other. It's like, but we're in the same house together. I walk past her. There's high fives and whatnot. Like there's just like this happy never see each other. Back then, it was we literally worked opposite. Like we saw each other one day a week, and we were both exhausted.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I worked restaurants and where she worked and so on and so forth. So so when we finally moved back and things started switching, it was very much like, oh my God, I'm literally getting married this year. I should probably focus on my relationship with my fucking fiance,
Maybe, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, but either way, all right, cool. So now we have to wait for Neil to return. He probably something.
That's okay. While I was doing that, I have one more thing that like
sure.
the biggest thing for me that like is my proof that Mass Effect 3 went wrong. Like it's still like I can enjoy it and play through it and enjoy it. For me, the Citadel DLC is the actual ending. I had a friend who was so gung ho about Mass Effect, he was going to get like the Mass Effect insignia, the N7 insignia tattoo.
I was going to get a tattoo.
I was going to get like
he was
going to get like a renegade one. And then and then I never heard him talk about Mass Effect again after 3.
Yeah, I still wanted it. The only
I
reason
know, but like that's what I mean. I saw someone who was like, so it was like his thing. Mass Effect was his thing, and then it obviously ruined it for him and dropped it off. And he never. He was was his response. It was okay.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's like the biggest thing for me. I was like,
it was bad. Like I remember my wife. She was always excited because like one of the things that we would do is because I would come home from work at like 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning. And she would either be upstairs in bed or she would intentionally be sleeping on the couch. So that when I came home, I could turn on Mass Effect because I just worked like a 14-hour day. So I'd be like, I just need to melt my brain. So she'd be sleeping on the couch. And that way I could kind of like sit next to her on the couch and she'd kind of like cuddle up next to me. And and I'd play the video game. And she remembers being like afterwards being like me being like, wow, that game was like so fucking disappointing. And for her, it was like, because I stopped playing Mass Effect. It was such a bad game.
Yeah.
I only ever played through it twice, and there was a gap between both playthroughs. It's just like, it ruins that for us as well. Because I was like, I don't even like really want to play any other console games right now. Like, so it was around that same time I started playing, the last MMO that I really played was Neverwinter. So I started playing Neverwinter around that time and whatnot. So, but.
Yeah. Snugger. It's fantastic. Genuinely the best expansion Destiny has ever done. Absolutely fantastic. Raid's pretty fun too.
Yeah. All right, cool. Neil back. Let's get into it. So Neil, you So Gallon walks out the door, leaving you alone with this person that you want to question. You want to get some answers from. So he goes to get a map. What do you do?
Just sort of lean back. What's the name of your lady friend?
There's like a pause, and then he kind of like frowns a little bit, and he's like, can I not answer that question?
It's up to you. You're going to prison either way.
Again, bit of a frown, and he's like, I think I'd rather leave her out of it. She doesn't exactly know what's going on.
Look, I'm not saying you're a bad person. You've done wrong. You've fallen in with the wrong crowd. Doesn't mean that she needs to suffer as well. I'll speak to the commander here on your behalf. Maybe after a few years, you'll get a chance to inclimate. In the meantime, she's going to need some support.
He nods. Yeah, she's no damsel. She can take care of herself, he says, kind of reassuring himself.
Give me the name, and I'll make sure she's not wanting.
Diplomacy. Because obviously you're trying to be kind. You're trying to coax it out. Oh, there's that 19.
Yeah, he came back. Came back around.
I was like, sorry, Daddy. I slipped earlier. There was a banana on the ground. So yeah, he nods slightly. Says her name.
Tris will note it.
Yeah. We'll call her Tish2.
And she works down on the docks.
Shakes his head. Not anymore. At least not right now, because can't exactly go lifting heavy things when you're about to pop.
What'd she do then? Where's she work?
Not right now.
At all.
You're not a dad? It gets to a point where working becomes dangerous for her and the baby, so
Yeah, so they need someone else to help provide for them with an honest job.
Yeah, and then for a little bit after too, but
yeah,
I'm sure she'll
but you
bounce
failed
back.
at both of those things. Yeah.
Oh, that was rough. You can see again. He just kind of hangs his head low. This time with a bit of an anger to him, but he doesn't say anything because he's not in a position to. At this point, the door opens back up, and Tesh will come in with a map. You can roll it out in front of him.
Yep. And point to the areas, please.
So, yeah, I still didn't play Andromeda either. I'm so same exact thing, Green. I'm still so angry about ME3. I will not give them my money for Andromeda. I won't do it.
I actually didn't mind ME3, but I don't even like the premise of Andromeda, to be honest. I spent all this time falling in love with this galaxy, these various races that I knew, and then we just went to a different one, and I was like, okay.
It was lazy
because if Andromeda was in the same galaxy, you see, it would have built on whatever choice we made in Mass Effect 3, right?
Yeah, that they were avoiding that essentially.
Yep.
It would have told us what the canon choice is as well, because they probably wouldn't have gone where everyone dies.
They were refusing to have a canon choice. They were literally saying they weren't going to have a canon choice.
It was bullshit.
Personally, I didn't
enjoy Andromeda a lot. I think it got far more hate than it deserved.
No, it deserved
because it was a buggy
reasons.
mess. Yeah, it was a buggy mess, wasn't it, on release?
Deserved it for a myriad of reasons, some unpertaining to Andromeda itself.
Yeah, well,
I didn't.
But it was glitchy, but no less glitchy than any Bethesda game ever released. It was one of those things where the glitches in it were it was an entirely new engine. The team literally got forced to make like jump to that engine because fuck EA. If you didn't know, EA forces every team to switch to Frostbite, regardless, except for Respawn because they make good enough games they get away with it. But once they fixed up the glitches, I still think it was a very solid game. Not the best, but far from what people were calling it. The combat was the best in the series.
Many people,
the combat was
many
fantastic.
people though are still just bitter.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was the yes.
So it's like the next Star Wars movie that comes out. Doesn't matter how good it is on its own. We're just still going to be bitter about how bad the last few were. So you're by yourself then, Han Solo. What the fuck? Like seriously? Okay, let's move on. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay. It was not reactive. I was like, does he not know? All right, moving on.
No, I know.
All right, so you come in, and so he starts marking on the map a whole bunch of different locations of where these like little warehouses and whatnot are. You can see a bunch of different areas, but he also, just without you having to prompt it, he also marked out where he was trying to ride past, or at least different locations to ride past to call out the phrase. You know what I mean? Which is just simply kind of like a code phrase to kind of alert them that they've been under attack, kind of like Olympus has fallen, that sort of a thing. So he gives this information to you freely, of course, marking down those different spots. And he does say, kind of like with the different spots he marks down, it'll be like, oh, this one's, sometimes it's guarded, this one's always guarded, this one's always heavily guarded, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you'll be able to easily note it. Bye, Stevie.
Okay. So we got a choice about whether we see if we can't get some information out of the other guy now that this guy has talked and the other guy knows he's going down, or thinks he's going down at least.
I mean, we should basically swap them.
That's what I was thinking,
check that their stories add up, see that they corroborate the information separately, and see whether he has anything extra.
I mean, I can't believe I haven't done this, but throughout that, I guess a sense motive. I completely forgot what my role was.
God.
For all of that, yeah.
What the fuck, Tash, man? How are you doing this?
This is my arc. This arc is apparently just gallant. Oh, I love this. This is great.
Okay, so he comes off as being genuinely, like, very genuine. He's clearly actually nervous for the mother of his child. Seems to be telling the truth about everything. You full on believe it. You believe what he's saying. You lean into
then yes, I agree. We should swap and corroborate. I just realized, I was like, but we know the other guy's gonna be lying. Pause. This guy could be lying.
So we'll tidy up, get this guy back to a cell, get the other guy in, ask the same questions, make sure that it corroborates, ask him, see whether he knows any further stuff, and then we can end the interrogation, essentially, I believe.
Yep.
So you definitely have him switched out, get the other one to come in here. I obviously saw the suggestion in chat. Were you rolling up the map, or were you leaving it out?
Oh no, I'm hiding the map.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they'll come in, they sit down. So it's kind of like let in, and it kind of like, plop down.
So
Hello
I
again.
lock him to the table.
Hey.
I have a few questions for you, if you don't mind.
He looks to his right, looks to his left. I guess I got time.
Wondering if you could tell me any names you know, any places that you and the Black Knights have met, any hideouts, any strongholds. Tell me what you know about the leadership, descriptions, names, anything more. Tell me where you were going.
He says, I guess I could tell you a thing or two, but what the hell do I get out of it?
Well, you realize you're up for execution if you don't cooperate.
He nods and says, "Could be up for execution even if I do cooperate."
You could. So I'd suggest you get cooperating.
It's not exactly an incentive.
Well, one's certain death and the other's uncertain death. Tell me, which one do you pick?
What would you pick?
Uncertain death every time.
He looks at Gallon and says, "Calling bullshit on that?"
No.
You think that he would squeal out the Turumbar if it could keep him alive?
You're telling me you're loyal to them?
He says, like, what? No. Let's say he was caught by, I don't know, Dalelands or some shit. Kajinxi. They got him. They're about to start eating his toes or some shit. He would squeal out just to keep himself alive?
I don't work for the Turumba.
He looks at you and goes, "All right, ain't you paramilitary?"
Asking an awful lot of questions for a man who doesn't want to die.
Well, yeah. I'm trying to see what my options here are.
I've already told you your options.
Those are terrible options.
Got yourself in a bad situation.
He nods and says, "Well, those of us that sign on to fight against fucks like you, we do so knowing what consequences are for our actions. This ain't your land. Get the fuck out."
I wonder if he believes that's what the Black Knights are fighting for. I would say that.
Mm-hmm.
See how
Chris
he
would look at him.
reacts.
He doesn't give a verbal reaction, but you can roll a sense motive if you'd like.
Yes.
Are you happy with your 24? It's pretty high, so.
Yeah, I'm happy with 24
Okay.
for this one.
It's one of those things where it's unflinching, like more or less like, "Oh, look at that, he's using another interrogative tactic."
Yeah.
So he probably does think that that's what they're fighting for. So unflinching, he doesn't say anything else. I don't know if you guys say anything else at that point.
You realize that the Black Knights are thieves, right?
He says there's a lot of labels that you're gonna slap onto someone who's fighting who's doing the good work.
Oh, no, we have proof.
I'm sure you do. It's stealing from the Paradel military to supply the free fighters that would just want their land back. Absolutely.
Yeah, stealing
That's
from
a
the
thief.
people. The people you're purported to protect. It's all in the ledgers. Your leadership were very thorough.
I'm sure you happen to have those ledgers on hand too, right?
I mean, I believe we do.
Oh, I'm sure they weren't fabricating the least bit.
No, we took them from your base when we killed your leadership.
Gotta gives like a sideways look and says, "I call bullshit."
So, oh, you know what? I'm gonna describe. Except I'm gonna describe the 5. I'm gonna vague on the one that's the other humanoid one.
Yeah.
That's with the gnome, but I'm gonna describe all 5.
Okay. So start describing them. Go ahead and this is again also a diplomacy check. Right, diplomacy to explain. Yeah, because you're trying to coax out of him again. So.
Yeah, I intimidate and diplomacy are both +0s for me, so it's all up to the dice on how well I do this. Oh no, that was 18! 18! That was so mean!
That
Ah,
was a troll.
the dice, they're trolly today.
Well, how much I suffered on Monday. It's nice to watch a PC squirm. You did nothing wrong, Tesh, but I want to see you suffer. Okay, so
Okay, that's fine.
you have no idea. How
Hashtag
selfless I am.
Tesh did nothing wrong.
All right, moving on. So, you describe them to the best of your ability, but you describe them so poorly Neil, not Neil. Yeah, Neil. Can you go ahead and roll me an intelligence check? Just flat intelligence, like IQ.
Let's see.
You think he does a fine job describing them?
Perfectly balanced.
You think he does a perfectly fine job describing them? So Tess, you describe him to the guy, and he's just kind of like, yeah. So, you can show me some fabricated ledgers, and I can give you a bunch of information. And then I go get my head chopped, anyways. I'm good. He's like, why the hell do you think you're going to be able to scare me? I already served in Clemay. I already killed my brethren in the name of your fucking Tarumbar. I'm willing to die as recompense for the shit that I did for you.
It is a shame that you will die believing a lie.
You say that like outward pity, he will legit spit at you. I mean, you can let's say DC 7 reflex save to not have it hit you.
Great.
Oh,
that was
it's a +3 though. It's a +3, so he would have succeeded anyways.
that was great. It was just like 11, 4, 11. The dice are being tricky tonight.
Yeah. All right,
putting
cool.
on a show.
So anyways, so he goes to spit at you, which is gross. One of those things where I imagine a little bit of the spittle, like the spray, kind of hits onto like your shoulder or whatever, your armor, but the what he hawks.
Oh,
misses you.
Scott, shame we can't see the rolls. Are you hiding the rolls by accident?
Not by accident.
Maybe 3D dice got turned off at some point.
Oh, there we go. It's all good now.
Thank you, roll gamer.
Yep.
Sorry.
You know how 3D dice have acted strange, but that was actually an adjustment that I had to do on Monday that I just kind of did and then didn't turn back on for today. So continuing.
Okay.
So you guys, Neil, he spits at you. I don't know if you react in any way, aside from like just move to the side real quick, or block, up to you.
I mean, he'd just move.
Okay, yeah. So you just kind of like quick step to the side and it hits the wall or the floor, or whatever behind you, and you get a little
Jesus
bit of
Christ, that boy got some power.
Yeah.
just smoking hole in the wall.
Listen, I get gross to brag about, but I can huck a loogie pretty far. So
Jesus.
It used to be when I drank a bunch that, you get like dry mouth. So you go out, and my girlfriend at the time smoked, but I'm not a smoker. So I would just go outside and I always have dry mouth. So I'd just go, spit while I was waiting to go back inside and get some water. And it's not bad.
Fucking cowboys.
It's gross. I'm 36 now. It's gross, but at 23, I thought I was cool. I was an animal. Sorry. Continue.
I suppose there'll be some time for you to change your mind while you're in the jail.
See, you might get some of the news of the things that come to light.
He nods and says, I'll be listening keenly. Intent. Go, good guys. He says, but his hands still chained to the table.
Tris will stand up and just look down on him with abject pity.
Mm-hmm.
And then turn and walk out the room.
Okay, perfect. Gown, you lead
Follow.
as well?
Yep.
Okay. Beautiful. You
Get a
guys
guard
walk
to
out.
take him back to his cell.
Okay.
I need to go speak with the commander.
Exactly.
Yes,
Rylor, I believe
we'll
it is.
bring up-
So you're going to go and seek with
Yep.
Rylor. Rylor definitely cleared up the schedule.
Yep. Bring in the map, of course.
Absolutely. Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm trying to make sure I don't confuse campaigns. Viggo is in the other room. That's right, doing stuff. That was like, wait a second, what did Rylo do recently?
The ledgers and correspondence.
Yep, he's in the other room, but he's working on all that stuff, so on and so forth. Jake's taking care of his kids right now, but whenever he wants to pop back in, he can make some rolls. But no rush for him. We can keep with you guys. So you're going to go speak with Rylor. I believe he has wireless headphones on, so I believe he can hear us. So you're going to go speak with Rylor and make your... kind of like speak to him about the details you discovered. So it's one of those like, hey, can we have a meeting with Rylor? They'll let you know, like, just kind of like hang tight like 5 minutes or so. Eventually he frees up and he'll have you come in and sit down. So you go into his office with him. You can sit down.
Salute before he sits. This guy's quite high ranking.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah,
and,
I'll do the same.
Go ahead and roll me a sense motive as you guys go walking into that room as well.
Yeah, I love sense
Rylor is
motive.
battle commander. He's actually a BC, so
I actually rolled reasonably well. Plus
You did,
0,
yeah.
by the way, guys.
oh, you rolled a
Nice.
17. Okay, you guys roll simultaneously. Cool. Yep, plus 0. Cool. So so you go in there and Gallon, you can tell that his entire persona, like his whole tone to this has changed, right? Like before, and he was like, "Oh, look at these goddamn. Why are they like just pissed that you were outside of your, you know what I mean?" But now he's actually very, very happy that you are here because clearly you've already shown resounding success.
They're mavericks, but they get results.
Yeah, right? Like, seriously. I was actually, my parents were over the other day, and my mom was talking about all these even TV shows she likes. And I'm like, Mom, I love you, but those are all the same show. She's like, no. I'm like, Mom, Lucifer, cop show with a wonky sidekick, the devil, mentalist, cop show with wonky sidekick.
Go with the wonky
Dude,
side.
like,
That's
everything.
an entire genre.
She's like, no, I watch SVU. I was like, Mom,
it's wonky.
cop show with former rapper. Like, come on. I was like, except it's more depressing. Like, come on. What are you? I don't know. It's just
That's an entire genre of shows. The woman cop and the guy who's eccentric in some way.
usually female cop. Yeah, usually female cop. Exactly. I try to explain this to her, but unfortunately, that whole generation, like the Boomer to Gen X generation, they just like they've got them to like Homer
yeah,
to
no,
Bart
my mom
Simpson
loves
with
those shows.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. I'm like, guys, you don't see this is a recycled thing. You can't. No. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. So he you could see his whole tone shifted. Triss, you don't see that. You respected him the first time you spoke to him. You appreciated what he said and how he handled the first time. You respect him going into this time. For you, it has not changed. It's the same. But Gallon can obviously notice the tonal shift. So you guys go in, sit down, and he says, what were you able to discover?
Well, we learned that there were 5 leaders, at least that this one knew about, and he described the 2 that we did not dispatch as the gnome, which we suspected, and another likely parent or human that was trying to figure out how I would word this, would spend more time with the gnome. So those are the 2 we're looking for mainly.
So there's a cross-reference of information here. I had already spoken to Viggo, kind of to touch and go, and Viggo had informed me that it's very likely that this gnome is an arcane user. So I've already reached out to my contacts within the Arcane Congress that I believe I can trust to see which gnomes in the area have some degree of training that's noteworthy that happens to be inside Misal Harbor. So we'll see.
Something to be of note. It is likely that this gnome uses illusions of some kind. The prisoner talked about things not being what they seemed when they were around the gnome.
He nods and says, I can pass over that information as well. We'll see what kind of shakes out as it is, there's not going to be too many savants around, right? So more a droid or otherwise. So we'll see if they're able to even shake down any names for us. But if we can narrow this down to a dozen, that's easily able to have us stake out, apprehend, invite in, et cetera, and figure.
I would
things out
also
from there.
start laying out the map as he's like finishing up.
Yep, that's fine. And so he'll look to as you're getting this prepared or whatever, and be like, lay it on me. So obviously you're showing out without you having to RP it. You'll show out the details of everything that's discovered. And he nods and says, understood. Every one of these locations is going to be hit. Kind of like checks out the different markings that you have there about like how protected or not protected the different spots might be. And he says, he looks to you, Gallon, because you're the higher ranking one, and says, do you have a suggestion based off of what you have for how guarded these might be for how many soldiers we need to hit each location?
Would I be able to make a
Professional soldier, baby.
Professional soldier check.
Can I assist? I got
Absolutely, you can.
Hey, sweet. We were just maybe discussing it previously or something.
Oof. I didn't do a very good job. Didn't even hit the 10. That's depressing.
Oof.
Roll fives.
We rolled the exact same thing.
That's funny. So you give a suggestion.
Yeah.
Do you want to luck?
I don't really want these people to die unnecessarily.
Yeah,
so
I
think a luck is
luck.
worth it.
Technically speaking, Neil can luck too to provide you an additional +2. If he clicks that button, he automatically gives you a +2.
Yeah, that will put it to a 14. Fine. Oh, I think you
It's
get
depressing
that.
that we didn't do it the other way.
Okay, that's okay though. So that's 14. So that's not as bad as it could have been.
He nods and says, as you like kind of give a suggestion, he looks it over.
It also kind of makes sense because
he's a veteran soldier as well, so he may also apply.
I was going to say he's going to have better suggestions.
Well, he's
like
battle commander, so
it kind of makes sense because as much as I am like a trained soldier, I'm not. My training isn't in deployment of troops.
Nope, that's true. So, so you guys kind of discuss over the details based off what he said, trying to, because he's like, there's always 4 soldiers here. Like, he didn't give you those kind of details.
No,
but
it's just.
So extrapolating from what he gave you, you make a decision.
I could probably extrapolate from what we saw at the other place as well. Like, in terms of they had. They only had one guard on the main place because the others could protect themselves. But down below, they had one roaming guard. They had a guard stationed in the room.
Well, they had valuable supplies,
and they had guard outside. Yeah, that's what I mean. But there's sort of like at least a bit of understanding that they do tend to go hard with the guards.
I would also say though, like a single guard on a cave mouth is less obvious than like 3 guard. You know what I mean? Like
I was saying it was like that mainly because the people inside could defend themselves.
But I mean, like it's in the middle of bloody nowhere.
Yes.
Like, what's the likelihood of people actually stumbling upon this without purpose? It's just to stop like a rando walking into the cave, right? Like, hey, turn around, mate.
That is all that you said. Yes. So he kind of going over it. He like says, we'll have the troops deployed in the next few hours. Every one of these locations will absolutely be handled. The big question here is if the 2 of you are going to be hands-on in the situation. I'll have Velphine handling, overseeing the project. I'll be overseeing aspects of it myself. But will either of you be hands-on here, or do you intend to continue your investigatory measures beyond the scope of these warehouses?
I am wounded, sir, but I am available to assist you.
He shakes his head and says that was not a request.
What? Wait, what?
More or less being like, I'm not asking you to go for me, but is this something you want to do?
Oh.
It was an offer for leadership as opposed to a request for you to partake.
I mean,
we already know that Viggo's not going to go. Viggo's going to stay here and keep working on it because that's more important. But go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, Gallon would want to take part in it because it's there's not much he can do now except help with the fighting. Would I get time to rest a bit beforehand?
You could get some instant. You could get some instant care from a doctor.
I'm full health. I'm
see.
fine. I was more meaning about actually. I'm not that badly spent. Never mind.
Remember, you're fatigued now, officially fatigued. But there are ways around.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
you could get a potion of lesser resto though, because we are in a place that has a commissary.
Yeah. Okay. Then I would mention that I'm uninjured, but I'm fatigued from the Yeah, I'm fatigued from the trip and expending myself trying to make sure they didn't get into the city.
Okay.
We're basically requesting a potion of lesser respiration.
He nods and says, I don't know if I have any of those lying around. Magic like that is expensive and hard to get your hands on.
I bought one from the commissary last session.
Yeah, I know. But he doesn't know everything that's inside the commissary, right?
Yeah, fair.
So he says, it's hard to get your hands on. He's like, but you're more than welcome to go and inquire as to whether or not that may be there. And of course, you're welcome to have, if that's the case. If there's a issue of paperwork, I can have it seen through for you. You're welcome to handle that. If that is the case, though, it's been a while since I've had to use something like that myself. I think they only work for about an hour or so before it wears off, and then you start slipping back into kind of exhaustion. So I'd be wary if that is the approach you choose to take. But your leadership and dedication on this is absolutely appreciated and welcome. He looks to you, Tristan, and says, perhaps you, however, should get yourself into a bed.
I have a small errand to run, and then I would appreciate a stay in the barracks, if I may.
He nods.
Obviously, I would stay on standby if any of your troops needed additional support. Karok and I could be there in a few minutes.
Again, agrees and says, I don't think that would be necessary. This is going to be a multifaceted approach. We're already going to be hitting all of these locations, he says, kind of gesturing towards the map. And I've already spoken to Vilfine about getting the appropriate troops together so that we can have an attack to the base to the east of here. You've discovered it. You've landed a pretty hefty blow against it. There's going to be a bit of disarray, lacking the appropriate leadership chain. Granted, they'll have their lieutenants or what have you in place, but without somebody to oversee them and give them direction, now is the time that we strike. We can deliver the final blow to these black masks and have them be done, or black knights and have them be done. So, good work on this one, the two of you. That being said, any other details that I need to be made aware of beyond what I have Viggo working, beyond what Viggo is working on?
Thinking meta-wise, just talking meta-wise, is there anything because we don't want to tell him, do we tell him about Pro?
I don't think it's our place to tell him about Crow.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Especially when Crow's direct commander is in town, and so therefore she could do like it. You know what I mean? It's like it's her place to reveal there are state crows in town rather than that.
Exactly.
Just because we work with them doesn't necessarily mean that. And particularly, I wouldn't do it if our BT hadn't done it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Do we don't have any way of getting in contact with her, do we?
I mean, no, but we happen to run into her very frequently.
Yeah, we could.
If I go for a walk down the street, she'll just appear next to me. Oh, hey! Dude,
oh, hi! Where'd you come from?
I'll go get a coffee. You know.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean,
she's not a low-profile person. Else. You could probably find her. But like, I'm looking for the one with the legs. You know.
It's like, just Scott, but with long legs in tights.
We also we know that the guys went to that bar, and if we go there again, that they might be there and might either be angry at her or the opposite.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't find out where she is. It depends on what you two want to do, but I mean, it's not a top priority.
I agree.
No, sorry, that was that. I guess I'm getting sidetracked.
The only reason that we would tell him, in my opinion, is to send people out to look for Crow in case he's wounded and can't make it back.
Yeah,
but at this point we have to trust in Crow.
I was about to say at this point we have to trust Crow. Yeah.
Except with long legs, Scott, not short.
Oh. There you go. Yeah,
that dog looks mildly terrified. That dog's like, oh my lord.
The dog. Yeah, I will say.
I have seen things.
Makes that a photo.
All right, sorry.
Tris needs to go visit this lady and then get some rest and hopefully get some medical care in the barracks.
I'm good to go for fighting. Although, I have to take see if I can obtain that potion restoration first. I assume I can, Scott.
If Viggo gave you one, you can absolutely get it. If it's one inside the commissary, once again, choose somebody in chat to roll a D100 roll to see the likelihood that one is still there.
Hey, what's that?
Okay.
I'm gonna say this is a
Green,
smaller
you failed
chance.
me last time.
I'm gonna say it's a smaller chance, so it's gonna be a 81 or higher.
Snugger, you roll.
Go ahead, Snaga.
Sorry, Green, you failed me last time, so I'm going with someone else.
Joey went the exact opposite. They're like, they say to you, "Oh, sorry, mate, it's actually on back order. So even when I get some in, they already promised out to other people. You know what I'm saying? So sorry about that one, but I can put you on a list if you like."
Oh, thank you. So can I get one off Jake then? Does it cost money?
You cannot.
Cannot. Okay.
Well, because I have one, and I can actually turn it into I can actually record it.
Yeah.
In my
No.
extract book.
Don't worry. That's fine. It's a detriment, but it's not like a horrific detriment. It's only one level of fatigue.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be backed up by soldiers, so hopefully you're not going to be in like a dire situation.
It basically just it takes my strength and dex down by 2, but I already out.
You also can't run or charge.
Pardon?
You also cannot run or charge.
Oh, okay. That's not too much of an issue because
charging certainly not. Running is a bit of a sucky bit, but
that's a case of where hopefully the soldiers come in handy. I'm there to help make sure things go smoothly, eliminate a big hitter if they show up, that sort of thing. I'm not there to chase down every person that runs. So,
of course, it's literally there to oversee the situation.
If you have to battle the mage, though, that might get a bit dicey then.
Yeah, that's also.
Mage,
in theory, though, you wouldn't be fighting the mage. Though these are warehouses. This is where supplies are. So unless you happen across the mage, there, And there's a bunch of warehouses even. So it's one of those things where it's like,
actually,
if Tesh, let's say there's 24 warehouses, then it's 1 in 24. He's even at that warehouse.
Yeah, I am gonna put another health potion on my quick belt now that I've got a free spot and have time to do it. Yeah, I'll put a level 1 on my quick belt. So I've got a level 2 and a level 1 on my quick belt, just so I can have some emergency healing if needed. I will say this will be interesting because I don't have access to the power stones because I can't, unless I sleep, I can't modify those back, get that modification back yet.
Okay.
We don't have time for a full night's sleep.
Not yet. You're all tired. You keep pushing. All right, cool. So let's get Viggo involved in this conversation. So Viggo, I imagine you did not make a check yet to actually do the bit of research or whatever that you were doing. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Yep. What you were doing in the other room was he was getting somebody to transcribe over Gnomish to you for his own notes. You're also grabbing the other notes.
I have Gnomish.
Oh, you have
Gnomish.
Oh, why were we concerned about Gnomish before? Oh, no. It was because it was invisible.
Oh, yeah.
So you just had to have it copied over or whatever. The big thing is you had these different packs of correspondence and whatnot that happened to exist. That was there. You went through all the correspondence and everything. Oh, hi, wifey. Went through all the correspondence and everything. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Scott, why are you saying hi to me? I'm already here. We've been talking for the past
so
1 hour, 30 minutes.
Brittany, Neil is going to use Aurora as a ploy to teach Chloe how to play D&D. Yeah, so we're going to teach Chloe how to play D&D through Aurora. Because in Neil's mind, his future spouse is the same caliber as a 5-year-old. So... well, she doesn't watch the streams, so she gets to live a charmed life.
She's so lucky.
I know, isn't she?
Wow.
Yeah. She's not getting it. She's getting away from it. She's like, oh, you're gonna go stream? Go on, Neil. I support this. Only one campaign. Are you sure?
Why do you think I like
Yeah. Anyways, so back to what we were just saying. Sorry. Viggo, translating these over. So there were different packs of correspondence that you were trying to go through. You actually did a pre-count to make sure that at the end of it, you do a post-count to make sure that nothing was stolen away. Almost like Jake's watched like one too many spy movies or something like that, and he's like super paranoid in this moment. He's like, "This is my chance to shine." So, you are going to go ahead for like reading through these and trying to digest them. It's literally a linguistics check. That's what it breaks down to for you.
Beautiful. I also will be doing a potion of this. Where is it?
Oh, yes, Raul. And she was also saying, sorry, it took me a moment to understand what you're saying. So, yes, not only that, but she actually, literally just said, you probably couldn't hear it because this thing will cut out, but she literally was just saying, why do you think I want you to do as many campaigns as possible right now? She's like, 4 plus Patreon? That's not enough. All right, so investigative mind.
Good.
This gives you, oh, cool, advantage. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, so linguistics.
Si, senor. Well, it's a good thing you did that.
Yeah, it was a very good thing I did that.
Wow, that was all over the map. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I know you immediately press luck, and it's important to you. But before you press luck, I was going to say, don't forget you do have people assisting you. So you did automatically have a bonus from them.
+2.
So I don't know if you would still wanted to have used the luck to try to get to 27, 28, whatever it is, just to try to get as high as possible.
I mean, they are tiered, but in this case, I am hoping that still a higher roll is better.
Okay.
I'm going to try and get as much information as I can. 27 is damn good.
Perfect. Cool. So, and 27 is damn good, or actually 28 because they give you a +3, but is damn good. Not because the quality of the person helping you is good, because the quantity of the people helping you is good. Right. Moving on. So you so you're pouring through these things, trying to get the details, so on and so forth, and it's doing so relatively uninterrupted, waiting for them to show up. Then they show up, then they're investigating, then they're investigating, then they're investigating some more, then they're investigating, and then they go to have that meeting, so on and so forth. Then eventually you kind of be like a knock on the door. Someone comes in to where you're looking over these things to others and seeing if you have any degree of like a report or whatever to get back. And you've done in this like past, say, 2.5 hours or so, a decent amount of work, right? Reading through it, trying to understand what it means. Your character is literally a veritable genius. I think your IQ is like an 18 or something like that. So again, a veritable genius. And so kind of like going through what all of this means and the correspondence there, you're able to find out a few different details. First and foremost, you are actually able to find out there is a connection between one of the leaders and the gnome. This is where things get interesting. The leader that was most connected to the gnome seems to be the one that was using the saber.
The undead.
Undead.
He's a necromancer.
Seems to have a very
Which
strong
explains why he's not friendly with the Arcane Congress. Nah, JK, the Arcane Congress love every form of magic. They're like, you're a necromancer? Great, join us. Come on in. You want to nuke a country? Yeah, great, cool.
Jake, can you do me a favor? Can you roll for me a Knowledge Arcana?
I can still roll with advantage, right?
This is Knowledge Arcana, so yeah, that's fine. Yep. Cool. It's a 30 friggin' 2 or 33. 4, sorry. So one of the things that you know is that hands down, no question, when it comes to the Arcane Genesis, when it comes to like how it is that the spells work, illusion magic and necromancy happen to be on the exact opposites of the spectrum, right? So you talk about how magic is trained and the how magic is dangerous at higher tiers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Necromancy and illusions are actually on the opposite tier of one another. So they're assuming this person happens to be an illusionist. You're now assuming this person happens to be a necromancer. If they happen to be both, that would be very, 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 very dangerous, right? So it's more than likely, from what you can discover, that they happen to be a necromancer. but to what caliber, you're not entirely sure. It also probably wouldn't surprise you if they are a savant, because of what's being discussed inside the letters here, and literally how the person was talking to the gnome about how he's like, I have served you well and for a long while. It is time that we begin expanding my family, as we discussed decades ago. You know what I mean? Like things like that kind of correspondence happens to be inside there, where it's like, whoa, okay, this is actually some pretty deep shit that the gnome happens to have lying around in illusionary text. Excuse me. But as for the other correspondences and whatnot that you're able to find there, you're able to find out hints as to who these people were. Like if you spoke to anybody here that has knowledge of kind of like the higher ups or the merchants or whatever that exist inside of Elysial Harbor, you're probably able to pinpoint exactly who these people are, especially since they're now going to be missing. But most importantly, you are able to find out details about the missing person, the fifth one that you didn't even know about, that they've only recently heard about. So you had Gun Guy, which is the Hoity, the one that was very close to the gnome, which was the undead one. There was the gnome, and there was the druid lady. So the last one that was previously described as being a dude. You don't know if there's any fact or whatever to that. But what you do happen to know is that they are in Paradel military.
Oh, fuck.
You're able to find out that there's a conversation about the movement of troops to be in positions that is beneficial to the Black Masks, so Black Knights, to the Black Knights. So you were able to find out aren't able to find out rank, you aren't able to find out anything like that, but they're definitely in the Paradel military.
Commander, like now,
because they're literally moving things
like
around.
They must have some type of.
Oh, they're
rank,
absolutely
a
rank, because they have the ability to manipulate where soldiers go, what they can do, so on and so forth. But to what caliber,
I know who
you don't know.
I've got it. It's that annoying woman. No, the one directly under the BC.
Velfine, the one who literally just spent the past couple of hours preparing the raid on the different warehouses. That's your accusation.
Exactly. Even worse.
Okay.
I'd say take it to I doubt it would be the Rayloy. Raylaw,
the one that you just discussed.
Rylor. I doubt it's Rylor, so take it to him.
Classic, villain stuff, right? It will be him at the end. It'll be like he'll take off his he's actually got a mask that he'll take off, and it's just the black mask.
His real face is the mask.
I think he's done too much in terms of like his reaction to this whole thing has been too positive that I highly doubt it would be him.
Well, if it is him, hopefully it becomes apparent. But at this point, we're gonna have to put our trust in him.
That's what I'm thinking.
Tesh rolled a 24 and got a legitimate happiness.
Yeah, exactly.
We did tell him who our first target was.
Yeah,
and they weren't tipped off. The only
it would be a bit of a long con,
is what if he wants the other leadership taken out so he can just assume leadership? You know what I mean? Of the whole group. That would be the only thing that's like. I did sense motive, and I got quite well, I think, about him recognizing the masks. And it's like, I think Scott's answer was he recognized like the black mask, but there was no recognition of, he didn't have personal connection with them. Essentially, something like that.
It didn't seem to.
So we're gonna put our trust in him.
Oh no, Steve.
Also, you wouldn't be able to keep this from him anyways, because you're in a room full of people that directly serve him that would also be discovering this. It's not just like just you realize this, right? Yeah. So you also know that this is beyond the scope of your ability to contain without like immediately wiping the memories or draining the lives of the people inside this room. So
no, but you should probably make sure the people inside this room don't talk to anyone outside till you talk to the to Raylaw.
Yeah, I will.
All right. So you There's kind of like a knock on the door, and somebody comes in and says, the battle commander was looking to see if there was an update of information that you're able to acquire.
Yes, could you ask the battle commander if he could join us in here?
They look down the hallway, then look back and say, he can join you in the next couple of minutes' time. We just had to visit the,
I'll nod.
Okay.
There's not much you can do about that.
And so you imagine Neil's character's already gone to the barracks. He's already like removed, his breastplate, and he's taking off his other.
No, I've got to go find a lady first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Neil. Gotta go.
And then I can sleep.
Gotta go see about a girl.
She's pregnant, Scott.
Jokes aside, so you
I saw that. That was Scott deciding, do I make the joke? Do I make the joke? I won't.
It hurts. You've gone to go look for the gal, and Tesh has already been kind of introduced to his unit that's going to serve underneath him, and he's going to go hunting down for where this is. The person joins you, Jake, about 15 minutes later. He comes walking in and says, I hear there's an update.
Quick note,
Oop.
because I'm obviously going to be fighting alongside this unit. I would already be in the crystal form just so I can get used to the weirdness of it.
Yep, that's not a problem. Okay. Other than that, like, there's a demon!
Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful. So, Jake, he comes walking into the room,
Yep.
and he says, BT, I hear there is an update for me.
There is. Is the door open, or has he closed it behind him?
He left it open unless you ask, you could ask one of the people behind him, do you mind getting the door for the commander?
Yeah, I will motion for the door to be closed.
And they'll do so.
And then
He'll kind of like look over, step to the
start-
side, and let it happen.
Yeah, I will start pouring over what we found out about their identities. You know what I mean? See if he recognizes them or any of that stuff.
Since motive, baby. Are you comfortable with your 19?
We have no luck left.
You
you
could
sure?
try, you never know. It's a pretty important
Whenever
one.
Scott is like, "You sure?" and he tries to pull that straight face,
It's quite
like,
likely we
always
don't,
know
but, you
it's
know.
empty.
But to be fair, though, I always intentionally put on the same face and take a deep breath just in case, even if I know if there is or isn't luck, to always throw you off.
Yeah.
It's worth checking because if you can hit that 20, that's at least something.
Literally green clicked it as you click the button, so it was too late. Too late, but it'll be there next time. So.
What do you mean it's too late?
They clicked it at the same
It's
time.
also
Yeah,
it's
but he
also
had
not
lag.
No.
Yeah.
Green had
He
delay.
clicked it. You didn't put it on.
Now it's there for the next one.
And there's delay. There's Twitch delay.
You're a Twitch delay.
well, if
So-
he's purposely hiding it, look, Scott has to make an opposed roll. All right. So,
Yeah, but I don't have to show
he
mine.
could roll a natty one. No, you don't. You do have to make it. And I noticed you haven't made one.
You
So,
say that, but it's /GM roll space 1
Yeah, we
D20
can't
plus
even
X.
see
Yeah.
when he does
Look,
it.
I didn't hear any keys. All right, there was no typing on keyboard.
I can do keys pretty quietly.
I can definitely hear them. Anyway, but even if it's not recognition if he knows them personally, like you said, they're prominent people, so he is in a prominent position. He may know who they are anyway.
That is possible. He might.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I tell him who they are, and whether or not he says, I know who this is, or whatever.
But it's whether or
I'll
not
leave
he's
up
lying,
Yeah.
to be clear. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
So to answer the question, when you're kind of going through the different names or whatever that's there, he goes, specifically referring to the person that had the pistol before. He actually knows exactly who that is, and he also happens to know who the one with the saber happens to be beforehand. The woman that you fought, the druid woman, he kind of shakes his head and says, "That's not somebody I would typically interact with."
Yeah. I will flat out say that ask him what he knows about the one with the saber, and if he's ever interacted with him or not. And then after I get a reply, I will tell him that he was undead.
Okay. So
and a creation probably of the gnome.
First and foremost, he would say, giving you their name, be like, oh, I've actually interacted with him on several occasions. He happens to be of a degree of, for lack of better phrasing, minor nobility. He was born into the wealth that he has, and his family has lived in Melisal Harbor for some time. I believe they have another estate in Leydeno as well. But they have lived around here for a considerable amount of time, and he has some of his assets are going to be in the mining of the crystals to the mines between the Delagus and Leydeno. So I know that that's where he gets a degree of his wealth from. Again, minor interactions at various fundraising junctions and the like, but I wouldn't call them even an acquaintance beyond that. You inform him, be like, he was an undead. He kind of like screws up his face a little bit.
Very old undead. Like, the dude is very old.
He screws up his face a little bit and says, perhaps he's more from Leydeno than we realize. I mean, undead all come from the Barren Lands, right? Are you certain of this? Because they don't typically
I am,
live
and then
beyond.
I'll describe the process, he went through after being slain, as well as then referencing the mage's notes and the things and all that stuff about him being a necromancer and the rest of it.
Nods. Interesting. Well, if there is an ability to create or manipulate creatures like this, we need to get a cap put on it immediately. It seems as though finding that gnome is going to be top priority for the various tasks that we have.
Yeah, I will then describe the gnome's presumed power level. He is probably a savant.
What are the scales, the tiers?
It goes neophyte, adroit, savant, and
Magister.
preeminent. So, and
Oh,
as
so
a
Savant's
reminder,
pretty high up there.
yeah. So, savant means 5th to 7th level spells are your highest tier.
Oh fuck, that's high.
Yeah. So if you're a savant, if you can cast 5th level spells, which by the way, create undead is let's see, Pathfinder create.
As much as I
undead.
hate to suggest this,
Pardon me. Are we? Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I'm gone. Never mind.
I was about to say, I don't think we're there, Neil.
Create undead. The basic spell create undead is a 6th level spell. Would you be a savant tier? Yeah. And create undead allows you to do things like ghouls, hollow helms, stuff like that. All sorts of skeletal champions, etc., etc. You can just kind of create them.
We wouldn't have to have any like silvered weapons, would we? We might want to give them to the soldiers.
Well, yeah, you're not there, so
I'm not there, so
yeah,
that was
yeah.
a joke.
So I was just
Ignore me.
yeah. Go ahead, sir.
So after I describe, what I think of the gnome, going through the other people, and then I would more or less say, looking around at the other people and say, the 5th leader, the one that I've just learned about, is a ranking member of the Peridel military. There are reports of troop movements. He is actively manipulated troop routes, things like that. And I will be sense motiving his reaction to me calling that out.
You can go roll sense motive. As he says that, he says, "Let's take this conversation to my office, Viggo."
Oh!
Remember, we don't do crits, but if you want to luck that, you're welcome to. Just to hit that 30 if you think that. There you go. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah,
That was the important one.
that green result came from
yeah.
green. So,
Oh, thank you, Green.
yeah. Perfect. So
Green
you
all around. I will request that nobody leaves.
So,
Obviously, this room. people.
You say so. So he says, "Let's take this conversation in my office, Viggo."
Of course, Commander. I think it goes without saying that everyone here will remain here.
He nods and says, "I think that's certainly a good idea." He looks out. He goes to the door, opens it, calls over a soldier's name, and says, "Stand by the door. Nobody in or out until I return." The soldier kind of nods as you're getting together whatever supplies, whatever in front of you that you need, details, whatever you need for the conversation, and you follow him to his office. The door is shut behind you, and then you go into the office. You shut that door as well. He goes, "Viggo, have a seat." And before you can even go over and have a seat, he says, "I want you to understand the gravity of what it is that you are saying right now, despite the fact that we don't even understand the word gravity. We haven't. Sir Isaac Newton has yet to be born. I want you to understand the gravity of this situation."
Apples do not fall from trees currently. Do you realize how expensive cider is?
You say that we don't understand the word gravity. We have used it on many occasions with regards to the psionics. So.
Of course. So
I think gravity is being thrown around a bit.
I understand the implication, sir, but it is straight from their own correspondence. It's not a thing that I and the others in there have come up with theory. It is, and he'll more or less say, like, at this date, these troops were moved here. This report was put, and I will list the evidence.
Yeah, it's kind of like laying down different papers or whatever in front of him.
Yeah.
He's looking through these, and he's just like, in the name of the gods. These orders. He goes over to a desk, opens a drawer, pulls out orders, and puts them down in front of you. They match my signature.
About to say, he goes open to a dress and pulls out one of those boomsticks.
Hold on. Did you tell us what he just said is as big of a drop?
Yeah. Did you tell us the result of the sense motive?
Oh, he seems like very agitated, but also very concerned by the thank you, Neil.
You might say.
What?
Shocked?
He was shocked, yeah. Concerned that there would be such a discovery or whatever happening here, absolutely. But not shocked like, "Oh, you discovered me. There is villainy afoot." He seems to be coming out clean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Either that or he has glibness cast. One of the two.
Yeah, what Scott just said, though, that's as big of a drop as him pulling
off
like
I know.
Cannon. That's huge.
Yeah. So he goes over, he pulls out papers and rests at least one of them on your desk in front of you, and taps on one of the papers that you put forward and says, "The movement of these troops. There's the order given right there with my signature on it."
All right, let's compare the signatures.
No. Oh, you mean the person at the bottom of the thing? You try to compare handwriting really quickly?
Yeah, man. Look, we've ran into this before. Okay.
Yeah. It's linguistics. You're welcome to go ahead and try to do what's that called? The study of signatures. What's that called again? Cryptography? No.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Do I like it, or we'll just leave this one?
Okay, 1 second. That spelling test only lasts 10 minutes per level.
I fucking wonder if someone.
Long time.
So say 20 minutes because it's a potion. So I get the double.
Yeah.
But you were using that investigation for a long time. I would say it's kind of over by now. That was during your investigation itself.
Okay, can I just down another bottle before I do it?
You mean like right now? Like as you're walking over and in?
Yeah, because if it important things, Viggo is all about confirmation. You know what I mean? And giving himself that edge.
I'm fine with that. So if it was one of those things where as you're gathering together your supplies, and he kind of turned around to call to think you popped a potion or whatever, I'm fine. We didn't discuss that I had run out before, so I'll allow that in back on. I'm sorry, Tess, you're trying to say something.
Yeah, I was saying I wonder if he's being that these orders came about from a manipulation in terms of not like a magical one, like someone influenced him to make these orders.
Yep, we'll get to that in just a moment. So he says, he puts this down in front of him and says that, "You looking it over, are you happy with your 22 or do you want to luck that?"
What do you think, guys? Should I just leave it at a 22 for just a signature check?
For 22 for matching signatures, I think is probably going to be okay.
Mind you, there's no signature at the bottom, but there's handwriting they're trying to match, so continue.
Handwriting, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think let this one go because you might need it for another important sense motive potentially.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, 22.
The handwriting matches perfectly.
What I was worried about. Oh no.
But the signature is not the same handwriting as who wrote the orders.
Yeah.
Oh. He signed off on the orders.
Yeah.
So he hands it to you and says, he's like, my signature's on these orders right here. Again, like showing like it's one of those. He's being like he's confiding, like he's showing concern, right?
So I look him in the eye and say, "Sir, who wrote these orders?"
I'll have to pull up the right here. He says, LC, of course, of Elfian.
I fucking knew it.
And then there's
I knew it.
There's like a 2-second pause, and then he's like, "Oh
shit!"
By Lady Araville. Velfian is the one that's that just
I'm
put
in
together.
danger.
Velfian's the one that just put together all of the movements of the soldiers. She's the one that just coordinated the entire assault on all of the facilities that were found during the investigation.
I believe you're needed out on the field.
He nods, agreeing, and says, "Fine, Tristan." And
Yeah.
I obviously want to know where we're going. So where is this?
He stops and points at a map in the corner. That's kind of like sitting on the side of his desk and says, "All of there." And then opens
the loyalty
up the door.
of your men will be with her over us. That is why you were needed.
He looks back and he was kind of almost like a lost puppy for a moment because he didn't realize that this was happening. It was kind of like,
he's literally had the chair pulled out from under him.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
yeah.
He was very uncomfortable, but as you kind of give that line, like trying to be like, it's like almost like you're trying to take command of the situation. This is where he turns back and now you can see this like a anger in his eyes, and he's clearly earned this position. He's like, I'm keenly aware. And then he turns and walks out, and needless to say, his voice is carried through the
That's all right. We did what we accomplished. All right.
Also,
now
just as a note,
he's not a lost puppy anymore. He's got a objective, clear.
Yeah.
He's an angry puppy.
He's an angry puppy. So a note for you, Scott, because I don't want you to accidentally give me information that we shouldn't have yet. I would have picked up Virgil to put into the crystal armor before, so I don't have anyone waiting at the apartment. Yep.
So you went to the apartment specifically to get Virgil, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you go into the apartment to get Virgil,
okay, yep.
there is a moment you just literally do you like go up into it, Virgil, come here, boy, or is it one of those like you stands down outside and you kind of like look up and you like go to just catch him as he just like careens himself off the side of the building?
I would probably go up because I don't want to make it. We know we're being watched. I don't want anyone to see Virgil.
So you want to change your armor while you're inside. Okay, cool. So you go into your apartment, you go up the stairs and whatnot, and you go into the thing, kind of like reaching out to Virgil with your mind, suggesting like, "Hey, Virgil, I'm here now. Can you do me a favor as you walk up there? Can you roll me a will save?"
Oh fuck. Okay.
17's pretty solid. Cool. So as you're walking up there, you go in, you use your key, you open your door, and you go walking in. And standing openly and plainly before you, zero disguise whatsoever, there happens to be a person that's standing there. They look like an older parent. They look like a very old parent, but they're not old at all. They have like the elongated ears, the elongated features, the narrowing face.
Fuck.
They have all sorts of features that suggest that they are an elderly parent, but their skin is still smooth and beautiful. Their eyes are still keen and dark, and so on and so forth. Their hair not graying or anything like that. They're just standing there casually before you. As soon as you walk in and see them, they can recognize immediately that you can see them. In which case, because you succeeded your will save, in which case I'm going to follow up with my prepared action of before you even roll initiative. Could you roll me another will save?
Yes. So I'm just gonna Okay, none of my things
Tesh,
have.
like, just walks up to the door. He can just hear screaming. He opens it, and he just hears final flat. Oh Lord,
That was a really good roll, Tesh. So,
hell yeah.
to be clear, just so you know why there was two. As you were approaching the building, there was an ability that was used on you that more or less would have made it so you couldn't perceive them. You were able to pierce through that. The second ability, is
an active ability, I'm guessing, which is why, yeah.
Yep. So as the door opens up and they see that you notice them, they're keenly aware of the fact that you see them. Their eyes narrow for just a moment as they reach into your mind, and all of a sudden you start to hear the sound of that voice that you heard all those nights, all those days during the experiments that were done before. The reason why you chose to leave your homeland, you can hear that voice, and you can almost start to feel the rattlings of PTSD, kind of like creeping into the back of your mind.
Oh.
You can hear like a clanging.
I was about to go beast mode.
That you can hear like a clanging that happens nearby, almost like something's reaching up from the depths of your mind that you push down. Just unfortunately, Galen is one of those people that he puts one foot in front of the other. You know what I mean? One step, one day at a time. He moves forward. He has the mission in front of him. He has the people around him. He buries everything else deep down so he can keep going and function as a at least outwardly normal person. That being said, you notice these inklings come in, but you've trained your mind very well to push aside these fears, to push aside all of this. So as they start coming up, seeing this person, they're not familiar to you. You don't know who they are, but for some reason that reached up from the back of your mind when you saw them, when they're standing there. Something pulled them up from the depths. You push them down instinctively and are able to roll an initiative.
Oh boy. Okay, this is gonna be interesting.
Kill them.
So
Tesh,
there's a
Tesh,
problem.
I need you to hear this. I believe in you.
Oh, there I am. So there's a problem here in that. Oh, that's a fucking amazing initiative. Like 20.
You get 2 actions.
I get 2 actions.
Keep rolling so well. How does it keep happening?
Hit him with the double ninja star, Tesh.
I've given it to Tesh. Apparently, ninja stars were actually potentially for beginners and may not have actually even been used.
Yeah, not as opposed to the long thin ones.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Okay, so
wow, Scott, what the fuck? Yeah. Tell me I'm not interested without saying I'm not interested.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the long thing shuriken were the more advanced ones. Okay, so I'm so sorry. I was just trying to find my initiative, and I think I
so
found
where
it.
is Virgil in the room?
Hold on. I think I found it, and
He's up your butt.
Found it.
No, he's not. Unfortunately,
he's in your butt.
I love that. He's not, unfortunately.
Yeah,
he's not up there. He's
Look, I've dealt with this for so long that it's just become that like.
I didn't even clock that. I love that.
That's funny. Neither did I.
I hope that gets clipped.
It's because you guys say that joke so often that I just treat it as how you talk about it.
His head shape is just butt plug.
He rolled a 1. All right, he's got improved initiative and like 3 decks or whatever.
What? No. I rolled a 3.
Oh, you get 2 actions because you rolled the 20 on initiative. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Absolutely. So
remember the gargoyles, Tesh. All right.
I have ideas. I first need to know, where is Virgil in the room?
So Virgil is perched where you would normally have Virgil perched. It's one of those things you reach up with your mind. You look, you're able to feel the ping more or less. You look over there, and Virgil is perched. Virgil's seemingly unable to, doesn't even know that this is here, because it would have alerted you, right? Virgil's a much bigger mind than you, though. So
let me make sure I unping the suit, because I wouldn't have that on yet, because I wouldn't start with that on. So my movement at the moment. Ooh, it's 20, but I assume that's still enough to get to Virgil.
Yeah. It's not, the apartment's not huge. 20 feet could get you across a house.
Yeah, I was just making sure, because so I would then use my swift action to suit up with Virgil, because I need him for my big hits. Which
Your standards, Tesh. Come on.
I have to make sure I have all the things ticked because this is important.
Injure him. Hurt him. Trying to play with your mind, Tesh.
Oh yeah, no, this is like a Gallon suited up in front of this guy. This is alert time. Okay, so I'm
actually really excited for this. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm going to pump a psionic point into an attack.
Pump it, Tesh.
I was thinking the exact same thing, but refrain from saying it.
So I'm using the deep crystal focus so that it has an extra 2d6 on the attack, and I'm attacking with improved crystalline bolt.
Okay.
Oh, which one was it was the wrong one.
Yeah, I know. It's just frustrating how it does that, unfortunately. But that's just the way it goes with the Pathfinder and Roll20. So
I can hope that 20 is enough to hit this guy because he wasn't expecting me to even see him, or that his spell would fail. Or
they're not flat-footed. They got already acted in the surprise round, so they are not flat-footed. So they would have their full AC. But crystalline bolt, is this a because the bolt is a touch attack? Or is it a regular AC attack? It looks like an AC
no,
attack.
it's regular AC.
Okay, so
touch attack is the a different one, which I might do next if this fails.
Okay, and do you want to modify this in the least bit?
Oh, I can. Yes, I want to luck this. I want to hit this. I want to hit this fuck for as much damage as possible. 22.
Okay, a 22 is going to be able to beat the AC.
Yes. Okay. Then it would be this damage and this damage. 22 damage.
All right.
Do it again.
Yep, I'm gonna do it again. Spend another point. Let me mark that off. Spend another point to use another empowered improved crystalline bolt. Hey, I know that hits.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Oh, that's still good. That's 19. So
okay. You're almost out of points too, because this is the same day as the big mission. So
I'm getting there. I have the backup stone. So actually that should be. Yeah, I have the backup stone, so I'm still good. I still have enough points. Luckily, I didn't actually use up that many points because the running for the most
40
part
points of damage.
Was on the ground. Huh? Yeah.
You did like 40 points of damage in more or less one round. That's pretty.
I'm about halfway through my points, so I'm still good.
You are good, sir. Anything else you're doing, or do you want me to describe before you continue on with your actions?
I did swift action, move action, action. That's everything I can do. I think that's all my actions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have fatigued for this. So, no. I don't, next level we get multiple attacks.
And you have fatigue actually check marked, correct?
I do. It's lowering my dex, and that's why I only had 20 foot movement speed.
Okay. So this is how it plays out. The door opens up, and you can start to feel these fears and whatnot inside of your mind. But you immediately bury them down, leaving the door open. You rush your way across the room, reaching out to grab up the crystal. The person, of course, turning to follow you with their gaze, but not like drawing a weapon or anything like that, just following you with their gaze. You reach out as soon as you grab the crystal. You do the whole like vibrating armor, so your crystalline armor comes on.
It would be like the same motion of like hand goes out to grab, and then almost as if it looks like I'm throwing him, like moving to throw the crystal.
You reach out and effectively grab him, but then as you're doing that kind of like that pop off, pop on kind of feature, you are throwing crystal over at the target in front of you. You can see the crystal goes over, and they absolutely hits the target. But the first attack against the target is completely like it just stops in front of them. And just clatters to the ground, and as it clatters to the ground, the crystal kind of like shatters and dissipates, right? Your second attack against the target, however, it's like you throw, and it's almost an unerring accuracy, but it barely hits the person, barely scratches their skin. It's at this point in time that you can smell the honeysuckle inside the room.
Fuck. Okay, I know what I'm doing next turn. Then, if I survive, we'll see if I survive.
Absolutely, of course. So, you are able to. Hold on one second. I'm just trying to make sure I get this
Fuck.
right.
I don't have empowered blast though, so that's not going to be as good.
But Virgil's with you. You have empowered us.
Blast. Fuck you.
All right, it's their turn. They now they're going to reach to your mind one more time, and they're going to use a different ability that requires you to make a will save.
Come on, dice. That's bad. That's real bad.
That's not even lockable.
That's bad.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Have you ever heard the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise? How ironic. He could roll 20s.
You're still in. I want to be clear. You're still in your mind, but you're no longer in control of it. You can see your next actions as though you're watching it through a screen. You can hear the words you say as though you're hearing them through speakers. You can feel everything that happens, like some really, really good VR virtual, equipment going on there. But no, you are not in control of your actions. You are completely bent to the will of this individual in front of you.
But that's okay because you have an override. Activate anal override.
Wow.
So he says to you, mind you, this is not one of those things where
I can't. Just to check, I can't do anything with psionic focus for helping with this.
No. There's.
Yeah, I just know that you know the system better than me.
Feel free to double check auto hypnosis real quick if you'd like, but I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
Auto
no,
hypnosis
it's fear.
might
I
give
can
you
resist fear.
Okay, yeah, it might give you a slippery mind ability, but so that means for the duration of it, you are broken to their will. So they are going to say,
there's no re-rolls. That's it.
It's not 5e. So they say to you, "Who are you? Real name."
I guess I have to tell him, don't I? So I would a gallon interval.
Rank.
Excellent.
You did not always serve Paradel.
No.
Where did you serve prior?
Malta.
How did your mind open?
Okay, so I mean, my first experience with it would have been a mission in Uvance.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? A mission in Uvance.
Who were you serving?
And I I would give the commander's name, which was
Jamalis?
No, at that stage I was serving Minerva.
That's right, Minerva. Minerva have an open mind as well.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, right, Scott.
Yes.
I'm just double checking. Correct.
You trained together, same facility.
Yes.
Who taught you how to do this?
I can't lie, can I? So I would say Abstergo 13.
You say that, and there's like a drop in the face. Abstergo is free.
I don't know what that means. So yes, I would reply. I don't know what that means because I don't know he was captive.
They nod, thinking to themselves for a moment. They say, "What is your mission here?"
To eradicate the various factions preventing Paradale's
mundane
control.
Shit. They say, kind of like waving it off, and then they, you can start to feel like your own mind, like bridling against it. You can feel like for a moment you feel your face twitches because you made it twitch. You can feel like your hands kind of like clenches for a second, like you're grabbing towards a crystal, but you can't form it yet. You don't have control yet, but you can feel it starting to slide back. And then they say, "This is upsetting. Very well then, you're no longer needed. I need you to roll me a fortitude save as your chest starts to your left arm goes numb and your chest starts to pound and have immense pain. Oh, you survived the heart attack. That's nice.
Oh, good. Fucking hell.
Give me 1 second to get the actual damage rolls when you succeed. This is one of those save or die spells.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
Scott.
He used like power word death.
It's more like a harm spell. Hold on.
Finger of death.
Give me 1 second.
Well then, Casual Wednesday. Yeah, this shit went real. Tris is just on his
fuck.
way to go and help a pregnant woman. Meanwhile,
there's a traitor in the parallel military and a fucking loper in our apartment that just wanted to stop my heart after mind controlling me.
Jesus.
All right, here we go. Are you ready for this? Tesh, I just have to say good luck, sir. It was a pleasure knowing you. Do one of your fellow PCs want to roll this for me, or do you want me to?
I'll do it.
Do you really want to?
I'll protect you, Tesh. Don't you worry.
Okay. Neil, I got you, Neil. You ready? I'll DM you the roll.
Oh God, it's that bad that you have to DM him the roll.
Well, I don't want you to know until you see it.
Fuck.
Oh no.
Here we go.
Oh my God. Okay.
Lovely.
Give me the ones. Give me the ones. Give me the ones. Give me the ones. Right. Okay, here we go. Now's the time to give Tesh any form of protection, chat.
They use
Give that boy the
power
condom.
as they walk away.
There's too many sixes. There's too many sixes and fives.
No, that's okay. I have 45 health.
Oh.
So as they turn to start walking out the door that you left open, you feel your heart like, and you can feel your left arm go numb, and you're like, gasping for breath as you literally have a heart attack and collapse down on the ground. And they're turning to walk out the door, and you're kind of like gasping for air as you're literally having a heart attack. And that's not even you in control. That's just your body just like, but they're walking out the door. But Tesh, then they stop as they're walking out the door, and they kind of like stop and start turning back to look at you like, this fucker won't die. And it's your turn.
Yeah. Okay. I'm swift augmenting everything into. Actually, I've already had max speed. Never mind. I'm not going to do that.
Do you have a hype train, Tesh?
I do.
Now is the time.
Yeah, I think I'm going to use that.
Yeah, definitely use it. Swift action heal yourself if you have one of those. If you have one of those potions, you know.
I do.
Is the swift action heal going to be enough?
Yeah, it's one of those things.
But you know. Who knows?
So what type of action is the hype train? I assume attack action.
It's part of your attack action. It's like built into it.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Then I'm gonna in that case I'm gonna swift
action. Oh, you're a level 5.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get over to. I just realized you have a level 5 hype train.
Come on, Tesh. This is your final flash.
So I have. So I'm gonna swift action the level 2 healing potion. How much is that?
A 2d8 plus. I thought I had a thing for this, but I may have just said that a billion times.
Yeah, you did at one point, and then it died swiftly.
2d8 plus,
alongside your friendship with Josh.
Oh.
2d8 plus 3.
I know.
I keep saying every time there's a house for sale in my neighborhood, I always send it to him. You know
I also love Josh.
Like, I'm not even joking. There was a house for sale. When I say in my neighborhood, it was about a 2-minute walk. Like walk with a stroller.
And you didn't send it to me?
Neil, what are you going to do in the United States? You'll lose your health care.
But one day I
okay. So I'm gonna swift action glug.
I love you, Neil.
Main
Stay
action.
where it's paid for you. I don't need you in crippling debt just because you were born with some stupid shit. Okay, like.
So I'm gonna throw the thing, which my rank 5 one is 5d8 and fort save or stunned.
Yep,
and,
as well as will save or dazed, and it's
my
and
dex.
It's a normal
my
attack
dex.
Too.
Yeah, my dex is lower than normal at the moment, unfortunately. But
do
that's
you
still
have
it's DC 10 plus 5
at all?
plus 4. So
You can let the
19.
hit.
It's 19 saving throw.
Tess,
and
do you have a Winifred's?
so the hit. No, the best part about this, it's an AOE. It just hits.
Oh, okay.
He attacks with a normal attack, and this explodes to hit everybody in the area, including this person as well. Yeah, he has the AOE one.
Okay.
So Tesh, you
Yeah.
throw your
So
attack against him.
so he's on the ground coughing and sputtering, and that's when he like as he's like looking around, he sees the quick belt just pop, drink, and in the same motion as he's like getting up, you're
getting a Winifred's right now, just so you're aware. Okay, continue.
Pardon?
You're getting a Winifred's right now. Sorry to interrupt you. Continue.
Awesome. So yeah, as he's like getting up, all the crystals almost sort of like bleed into one arm before sort of pulsing back. But before they pulse back, the spear comes out of his hand, and whoa. So 5.
Do you want to use it
five.
do you want to use it for your attack action?
Yes.
On him, so try and make sure you hit with that as well.
Or are you going to save it for like a future saving throw if you need it?
Oh yeah, you could do that.
Oh, no,
What's
no,
the wise choice?
This just hits because it's an AOE.
You get an attack.
doing
You get an
an
attack and the
then-
AOE.
Oh, I
Yeah,
get the
so-
attack and the
yeah.
AOE. Oh, okay.
Is what I'm getting from what Scott's describing.
They are both correct. Yes.
Okay.
It's your
I'm going to
decision,
save
though,
it for the
'cause
saving throw.
Yeah, you might
I'm
need
going to
it
save it for the saving throw.
If he gives you another heart attack, you're gone anyway.
So he seemed to clarify, Scott. He seemed to shrug off physical damage, right?
At least at first he did.
At first, okay.
The
Never mind
first
then.
attack was completely it stopped in front of him. The second attack nicked them, like it hit him just barely.
In that case, I'm going to spend a power point in the hopes that like whatever barrier he's got is gone now.
Okay. And Tesh, just so I can roll my saves. This is my will save against dazed.
Yep.
DC 19.
Oh,
Okay.
that's going to say it. Yep. And then stunned.
And this is my reflex save. Was it? Oh, fortitude.
No,
sorry,
fort.
fortitude. Fortitude is not as good as reflex. That's going to be plus.
So he's not dazed.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's
Fuck,
oh.
And not stunned.
He rolled really well. That could have. Oh well. Let's just hope the damage is enough.
The stun
to
definitely
slow
could
him
have
down.
worked, but the daze was less likely because they're a mind creature. So, all right, go ahead and roll your attack roll, sir. And you're saving your Winifred's, right? Yeah.
Oh.
A 19 does a chance to
you
crit.
No, 19 doesn't. I don't have a. It's not a bow, unfortunately.
Gotcha. That's too bad.
But that's okay because it still will hopefully do a lot of damage.
So that's going to be.
Oh
wow.
yes.
That's really good. That's really good.
24 damage, and then
Nice.
the
What was it?
roll
68?
5d8.
Oh,
Five
did
D.
you want to? Because you have the kinetic. Did you want a kinetic boom too? Don't you have that?
What?
Psionic shot. Psionic shot usually adds +1 damage, but you can choose to release to expend your psionic focus to make you go kaboom.
Am I allowed
instead.
to do that at the same time
Of
as the other one?
course.
Oh, then fuck yeah! I didn't know I was allowed to do them at the same time. Yeah,
So-
I would 100% have done that.
You more or less you click it and whatever you roll, it's a -1 from there because you reduce the one off of your regular attack.
It would normally be that, except for the fact that I have 2 psionic focuses.
Oh, okay, never mind. Cool.
That was one of the reasons why I chose the 2 psionic focuses thing.
So you also
6,
do
that's
6 more
still
damage.
extra damage.
Yep,
Yep.
don't complain.
And
Right?
then 5d8. Roll high. There's a really high.
That's really good.
So that's what to a 20. That's 60 damage.
That is definitely a good amount of damage to this individual that you're fighting with right now.
Run! You've got to move.
So
my dice
I
working.
now have my movement action, right?
Yeah, because so far all you've done was your swift, which was you're on the ground, right? So your swift was drink the potion, and then I imagine half of your movement was standing up, in which case then you would have attacked, right? And then you can literally move.
Yeah. So I have 20 feet of.
Imagine you would attack from the ground because there's no penalties for that or anything like that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, yeah. Go ahead, sir.
So I have 20 feet of movement. So I'm gonna fly out the window. I still have flight on. I can't put it into anything else, so I still have flight on. I don't even have to swift action or anything. I never took it off because I couldn't put the points into anything.
Okay. So the window's not open, right? So you're effectively smashing out the window. What's your speed with fly?
At this point, I don't have time to stop.
What's your speed with fly?
It is 40 total, and I assume half my movement speeds are 20.
40, half movement speeds is 20, so you would be able to shatter out the window. So again, you already went over to where it was perched on a window. So
yeah, it was actually. You're right. Yeah,
because you moved over there, so there's half a movement standing up, and so 5 feet would already have you outside, and you have another 15 feet to maybe go land on a roof nearby or something like that, right? So you can start trying to get some degree of cover.
I would also break line of sight. Like that's the key thing here. I would break
luckily,
line
they
of
can
sight.
easily lean out a window if they don't mind their face being seen. So what I need you to do, sir, yes.
Did the attack do damage? Like,
absolutely, I'll gladly describe it, but yeah, I'm going to describe it kind of after because he's doing this all at once. It's kind of like you have to imagine he's standing up while drinking the potion, throwing the crystal.
Oh yeah, this is one quick action.
So I'll describe it right afterwards. I technically need you to make me a break DC to break through the glass. Glass is very easy to break.
Oh my god! Can you imagine if he just?
Give me 1 second.
Oh shit!
Like a bird flying into like an office window.
No. And that is how Gallant. Like after being this badass, that's how Gallant dies.
Yeah, that would
be depressing, wouldn't it?
What am I
DC
making?
for glass. I know that sounds crazy, but you could always roll a natty 1. What is it? The break free DC for glass is simply a strength check, and the DC.
My strength is lowered at the moment, so
the DC is 4.
Oh, you can't fail that, Tesh.
I can. I have a modifier of 1.
You actually can't fail it.
Oh, I can't. Winifred's.
Don't Winifred's.
No, I'm not going to waste on that. I can
fine. It'll be fine. You won't fail it, Tesh. Believe in the heart of the dice.
Okay, I'm good.
I was waiting for the red. I was like, oh no.
I was waiting for it as well.
I mean, one day I have to get my my recompense against you. Okay, cool. So next up, so you immediately do this. You
I'm
literally
sorry, was
throw
the
yourself
nearly
out
one-shotting me not enough?
Oh, well, and you start trying to beeline around the corner. As you beeline around the corner, try to get away as quickly as possible. I need you to roll me another will save.
Oh, okay.
Oh, before you roll that will save, let me describe. So your target
do.
in front of you had that little bit of a nick on them. But this time, as you're like drinking that potion, getting up, forming the crystal in your hands, and hurling the thing, throwing yourself backwards, you see the thing flies across the room, absolutely stabs into their shoulder. It's only now that you realize that maybe they were slightly injured already. Before you even encountered with them. Not incredibly heavily injured, but slightly injured even coming into the scenario. And then as that crystal kind of like hits into the shoulder, it explodes outwards, and a ton of shards of crystals that you see start to like turn around almost like a meat grinder for a second, as they typically do when you release this like big ability of yours. And they're already like kind of like forcing their way through the glass, through the shards, as the shards are starting to discorporate while they're spinning, right? And they're moving their way through as you kind of like book it around the corner. There's a bunch of cuts on their face and all over their body. They absolutely look fucked up. There's no doubt in your mind about that. So that being said, they are going to use. I just gotta make sure I get this. What is it? I think that's what it's called. Because I have 2 options I'm gonna do here.
Okay.
Fuck. Let me do it this way instead. I had one option already pulled up, and then I just realized the other one might be a good thing because of how incredibly awesome your thing was.
That's worrying.
Don't forget, use your Winifred's wisdom for the save.
Oh, without a doubt.
Just trying to find. No. Okay, it's gonna be this one. Is this one? Yeah, okay, here it is. Yep, this is the one. Oh, no. Okay, I was concerned. This one's touch. This one actually requires me to touch you, so I can't do that. I'll do my original idea.
Oh, thank fuck.
So again, I need you to make for me a will save.
I'm going to use Winifred's on the will save because...
And for the will save, what happens is you immediately start smelling like a heavy smell of honeysuckle around you. Roll me a will save.
Oh boy. Okay.
I think that means you immediately negate it.
Fuck yes.
Wonder if you can see him. You
could, if he attacked me,
and, leave.
If he attacked me, I should be able to see him again. I have 40 foot of flight movement, so I should be able to get to a point where I can see him.
Okay. So they tried.
Oh, you should be able to see him now.
Yeah.
So they tried to use the power on you, and it did not work. So more or less, what happens is you smell honeysuckle around you, and you can literally start to feel, because you use like a telekinetic force is how you project yourself forward. You start to feel that force weakening. Like you literally dip down by a couple of feet as you're flying. It's like you're like flying yourself forward. All of a sudden you're like, ugh, as you start to feel like that like you're losing altitude. As there's almost like a counter force negating out your powers and almost like slowing you down. But you just kind of like, almost imagine like a Goku moment and be like, ah! And you just like push through with your mind to like break free from what it is that's trying to slow you down or stop you. Instead, unfortunately, because that did not work, you see that from a nearby building, a whole bunch of loose shingles on the roof of the nearby building start to rattle and then start like flying across to hit at you. This is going to be a reflex saving throw.
Okay, reflex.
You already used your Winnie, right?
Yep, I did.
Okay.
Let me remove that from my temp for will.
Oh,
reflex.
Let's just say you get a +2 on this, but I'll just add it here. You have an 18. Are you comfortable with your 18, or do you want to modify that?
I'm gonna roll luck. Yeah, I need to not be hit.
And you completely negate the effect. So it was save or nothing with this. So it was all or nothing. So the shingles, the loose shingles on the roof come flying across the way to hit you, and you immediately just kind of like beeline it around a corner and going into an alleyway that you're familiar with. So they just kind of whiz by and hit some unfortunate person as they're walking by doing what they need to do. And
this is like whenever the Avengers fight, just the poor people around are fucked.
Hang on, I've just thought of something too. There was a hype train before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that you guys never decided who it goes to.
If it gets it, use another hype train.
Oh, that's totally possible. /R, /POLL space enter. HTLV5.
If you take this thing out, Tesh.
I don't know how much. Look, at this point,
was that a level 4 or level 5 hype train?
5.
The thing is, I can't.
Definitely level 5.
Yeah, I can't run.
You've
from
got to
this
do
thing.
it again. You have to, Tesh. Yeah.
I can't run from this
Actually,
thing
don't listen to me
because
if
of
something
my
happens and you
fatigue.
die. I do not want to be responsible.
No, that's okay. I can't run from this thing effectively because of fatigue.
Run.
I can't stealth because I don't have my stealth things on. I have augmented them all out because of everything we did the other day.
Oh my god, this is insane.
This is literally like holy shit moments. Scott caught me at my
Poll starting.
I won't vote because it's not right.
Well, no, there's totally a vote there you can click on.
Okay. I'm not going to click on anything because I shouldn't be part of this. Oh boy.
All right.
And I have another psionic focus to spend as well, so I can do that and then have the -1 for the future.
Man, you were able to resist my abilities.
Holy fuck.
you're kind of like beelining down an alleyway, like all within your 20-foot range. You know what I mean? That you moved.
Yeah.
So the things did not hit you. It's like you imagine one of them kind of like clapped against your armor and like shattered against it, and you kind of like felt it, but it didn't hurt you. A couple of others kind of like skimmed by or whatever, shattered nearby a wall next to you, and kind of like the spray of the like clay coming back and hitting you. You absolutely win, Tesh. No, nobody voted for any of this.
Okay.
Can you imagine if chat had voted for like
That would be hilarious.
DSC states? Like, what an absolute troll.
That would have been really funny, honestly.
All right.
Thank you, chat. Let's hope I don't die now.
Your turn, sir. That was literally their turn. Was getting up, so it was walking through the cloud that's now dissipated. It's just dust that fell to the ground, looking out the window to see you, and then using that ability, and then using it a second way. Yes, sir.
You can't see outside right now. You never can. But the world is kind of going red because we've got dust from the Sahara Desert blowing in.
Wow.
Holy shit!
It's just like, it's so weird.
Wait, how many miles away is the
weird.
Sahara Desert?
Many.
It's like when Canada has their wildfires in like the West Coast, and like my skies here get orange, and you're like, whoa.
The world is all connected. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna swift action.
Mass devastation, you know.
I'm gonna swift action. Drink another fucking health pot.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I added that second one literally about like 30-40 minutes ago.
Go ahead.
It's a level 1, but still. So that's, what is it? It's 1d4 plus what?
1d8
level
plus
1 health. Pardon?
It's
1d8 plus 1.
1d8 plus 1. 1d8.
Of course, the
Oh,
world is
disconnected.
connected. I know, it's just ridiculous how vast.
Ooh, that's
far
not
It is,
That's-
it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's not much health, but it might be enough.
And
And,
Tesh is at how much health do you at, Gallon? Where's your
23.
Yeah. All right, cool. So it's your turn. You swift action did exactly that. What are you doing now, sir?
Yeah, I'm gonna zoom back around the corner.
So it's one of those things where they're hanging out your window, and you're just like, "Fuck this guy," and you just kind of like you're deeping down
I'm
deep into the
preparing
well
the
of reserves. Yep.
Yeah, as I go round the corner,
Yep.
and it's one of those things to show how much it's like draining. It is a case of like literally the crystals come off one arm, one leg, and he's like barely holding on as he like goes to throw it, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm pumping both the Psionic Focus and another PowerPoint into this.
Okay.
I'm getting low on PowerPoints. Okay.
So whatever time they use them.
Yeah, this is the time to use them. I know. Yeah. And I would have.
I don't like how calm Scott is, Tesh.
To clarify, I have point blank shot for this throw. Sorry, I have Psionic shot for this throw, right? And then it disappears after because I used my focus.
Okay.
Correct?
Yep.
I'm just double checking. Okay.
I really wish.
Because this is your second what's it called? So when you
Second
roll your
focus,
Psionic
yeah,
shot
this
damage,
is-
it's gonna be a -1 from it. That's all. Like we discussed.
I
before.
really wish someone would
Really?
put. Ooh.
What's up, sir?
Someone would put.
Okay.
Someone would put a and scene in and just have a flump appear and just poke this guy in the back and he just goes.
Yes. Oh, that's not good damage. It's still a lot there. And then
23.
It's trash.
yeah, and
No,
then
no,
Hype train, hype
-1 from that.
from
Because you lost your focus.
I thought it was after the hit.
No,
I
it's as
thought-
part of
oh,
the
okay,
hit.
that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I was
You go from
asking
a
ahead
1
of
to a
time.
2d6. Yeah. So that's fine.
Yeah.
So it's a 22. Okay, and then you do your hype train
okay,
ability.
cool.
Hold on, before you do your hype train ability.
Oh,
That's fine. I was gonna roll my saves.
Yeah, he saves.
yep. So the saves
Will?
and it is 19 once again. Okay, so he's made
And
that one.
fortitude.
This is the one though.
Fails.
Roller.
Yes! Nice.
Let me untick Psionic
Come on,
Focus,
Tesh.
Psionic Shot.
So you can see that as you're throwing this ability forward, they're realizing how dangerous this ability of yours is. So you can see as you're like throwing this crystal forward, they have to ignore the crystal immediately around you. And you can see like as you come flying back around to like that mother, and then you come flying back around to like, yes, and you're throwing that spear again. They're not an idiot. So that you can see they immediately kind of like taking a step back into your apartment, like from leaning out the window. They kind of like do this movement with their arms, and they set up very quickly a barrier around them. So as you throw the spear at them, the spear is able to puncture through the barrier completely and is able to stab into them and harm them. But the swirling crystals and everything, those are mostly able to be deflected by like the telekinetic barrier that they're able to use. The simple fact of the matter is, your spear hurt them completely, and those crystals did still cut them up a good bit, but it does not kill them. But that's not where it gets exciting. The exciting part is immediately afterwards, as that spear kind of hits and as the dust and everything settles around them, you can see this kind of like, as like you can see the pains look in their eyes, their faces is just so injured that they can barely, they can barely move. They just look so fucked up. So that was your swift move and your action, right?
Action, yeah.
They're stunned, right?
But
yes,
stunned.
but Pathfinder stunned. I'm going to read you the rules of stunned, which is drop anything you're holding, which are
it's an instant. It's a crit, isn't it? It's a guaranteed crit.
Only in melee. No. Sorry, no. They only get to take a penalty to AC, and you lose your dexterity. So
I was going to say, if it's in melee, so I can't instantly produce a sword.
You drop everything held. You can't take actions. -2 to AC, loses dexterity bonus, so on and so forth. So can't take actions means no move action, no standard action, no swift action. You can't take any actions. As compared to say something like if he was paralyzed, they could still take mental actions. Being a scion.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they could still hit you with mind powers, but you more or less you racks their body with so much pain that you literally stuns their brain. It's just so much trying to hold back all that pain. So effectively, their turn is just skipped. That's the cool thing about stunned. So there you are.
Only stunned for one round.
Only one round.
Yeah.
So there you are, floating outside your apartment, having just thrown that spear, and you see them inside. They're just kind of like. As they're like
they're taking a really bad poo.
As they're trying to recover from the pain of a really bad poo. Okay, hey.
You got any more potions? You got a last potion in the
So Tesh, you're hovering outside your window, maybe like 10, 15 feet outside your window. You're hovering there looking at this person, and you have a decision to make. They're still standing. Very injured, but dangerous. You're floating there, very injured, but also at the moment feeling kind of dangerous. So it's up to you. This is, if you had an opportunity to fully escape, no question in your mind, now is the chance.
This is it, yeah.
You can't run or charge, but you can absolutely break all line of contact. They'll have no idea where you're going, so on and so forth. Or you can try to finish it.
I can go for the kill.
Yeah, it's what would Galen do in this moment?
Galen would go for the kill. This is one of those cases where, as much as I Tesh am terrified, Galen this is the moment where Galen would go for the kill. So we'll find out what happens.
Do you have anything before you make your turn? Do you have you should have a third potion in your potion belt, right?
Yeah, I have a third. I have more potions in my potion belt, but not my quick action belt. So, what's the potion belt, and what action is it?
The quick action belt has 3 potion slots.
It's a shield. Right? The last one's shield.
Yep.
Which I'm not sure is useful against this guy.
So Tesh, it's a standard action to drink off of a potion belt. If it's in a backpack, it's a move to pull and then a standard. So.
Yeah, no, that's not worth it then. I don't know if I have anything else to do as a swift action, so I might just drink the shield in case.
I mean, fuck it, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. If there's nothing else I can do,
this guy has nothing in his hands though.
No, but I mean,
there's no point not drinking it.
Force shield and force screen. They block stuff like magic missile. So it's worth. You never know. He might not know that
He uses psionic missile and shield just blocks it.
At this point, I can't.
And it gives you a plus to AC.
Yeah, the
+4.
I'm gonna
Every
do
little
it.
helps.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do it. So as a swift action,
I need this attack to hit.
Drink the force screen, which does put my AC to 20, so that's good.
Well, if
Viggo would have ran from the start. He would have jumped out that window, speediest retreat, ran invisible as far as he can, fast as he could go.
Okay,
like,
so
can you imagine if after all of this, Scott tells you he still had 40 HP.
He came into the combat
that would
injured.
suck.
Legit walked in already injured.
So okay, well, I'm 3 power points left.
Be the flump. Become one with the flump.
No focuses left, so I have to take off the other
Tristan would have
thing.
died at the beginning. Like,
Oh yeah, I mean, Tris cannot pass a will save against this guy. I've got a +3 will.
He survived a heart attack. Let's be clear.
Here we go,
he
guys.
survived a heart attack. You should see a doctor about that. You're pretty young.
Stop smoking.
Does that crit confirm?
Wait.
Can I luck it?
You know it's 22 hits, so
He has a -2. He has a -2.
He has a -2, and I'm going to luck it. I'm going to luck it.
Yeah.
Time.
that's a 22.
You
That's a
confirm.
fucking confirmation. So remember, you no longer have psionic weapon active, but you still
Yes.
have power point.
I've already unticked that. The psionic shot is unticked. So it's 2d8 plus 5, and then also 2d6. But does I need to know, does deep crystal focus get critted as well?
All dice get doubled.
Fuck yes. Okay.
Right? Because like
Come on.
all non-precision dice get doubled.
Oh.
That's a lot of damage. Get that boy some flex tape.
Please.
Yeah.
That's what. That's 47. 47 damage. You joked about him having 40 health.
He's dead. He's trying to drag it out. He's dead.
I used my Winifred's Avisor, but thank you.
Describe how it is that you do this.
Yeah.
Yes. So at this point, he's not taking any risks. He goes for like the temple.
Oh,
he's trying to. This guy needs to. He knows that this guy's using his mind in some way. He needs to die instantly, so he goes for the temple. So that he hurls that thing, and it like he sort of goes off to the side a bit as he like hurls it in and just cracks straight into the temple, and then flop.
The guy's like stunned. I want that like so he's just seeing like more or less you line up this shot and he sees it coming towards him and then just black.
Yeah, he just gets to watch it happen.
It's at this point before we go too far, I'd just like to at Regicide and say, hey, we 1v1 Lopa, come at us. Get good.
Oh,
you did a massive amount of damage to him.
Thank you, chat.
I mean, we used 2 hype trains, like level 5 hype trains,
and I spent everything I had. Just fucking everything.
Honestly, you had no business killing this thing.
No, I didn't.
Or surviving, to be clear.
I was trying to get away. I thought like I was going to be happy if I got away until I got like that, until he described it as weak and I had the second hype train and I was like, I might do this. I could do this.
Oh my god. All right, you got to keep going now. We need you to keep going.
This is our victory.
Yeah.
I feel like it's our victory. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I mean, I was like full on wearing the cheerleader costume, you know.
My
Except
heart is racing right now. So I made the mistake of having a fucking no sugar energy drink before this because I thought I needed.
And now you're like,
now I'm like, oh god.
Okay, so Tesh, what does Galen do immediately after throw and seeing them just kind of like stand there for a moment and then fall to the knees and then do that like very unceremonious like flop backwards into the side, you know?
First thing is I'm making sure that he doesn't have fucking anybody with him.
So you like check the parameter or what? Or do you
That's
go
when
in?
six boys with cudgels come out of the bathroom and just surround Ted.
I would be checking the perimeter and the apartment from the outside. At this point, look, people are gonna have seen this go down. I'm more important at surviving right now and getting this body. I need to get this body to
Not COVID though.
I need to get this body to the Paradel.
So you're not checking the perimeter of the apartment. You're going more or less tentatively to the window, looking in, and then flying back through the window. Which, by the way, your window's completely shattered. I'm looking in the street. So your whole
I'm looking in the street
fucked.
around, and then I'm looking in the apartment, and then I'm going in once I've sort of cleared that out.
Sure. The apartment is completely fucked. Why don't you go ahead and... did I mute for my sneeze or no?
No.
Oh, sorry. I was trying, but like it's like when your brain gets in survival mode when you're gonna.
I mean, you didn't sneeze down the mic. No one cares. Like you did it in a different direction, you know. I mean, you didn't do it into your elbow, but like.
Bro, I deep throat this mic. If I sneeze down, that'd be gross. So you sir, roll me a perception check as you're not going immediately to the apartment. You're actually going to go leave and start searching around the immediate vicinity, trying to see if anything's.
That's fair. I'm shaking up. I'm shaking up. Gallon would be shaken up.
You don't see any anybody in the area that seems to be of concern.
Okay.
There are lots of people walking. Lots of people ran. They probably assume you're one of the terrorists, but you know.
I can deal with that right now. I need to get him out. I need to get the body out of here.
Okay. So you
let
go.
me autopsy it,
you spend like
please.
a good, let's say maybe like 20-30 seconds flying around looking.
Sorry, I didn't hear what Jake said.
I said, let me autopsy it, please.
Oh yes, no, I am. I'm getting it to you. That's my goal, is getting this fucker to you.
You do like again like a good 20-30 second search around and whatnot, trying to find out what's going on, and then you see nothing around of note. So then you fly over to the window, you look inside just briefly, make sure everything seems fine, and then you fly into the window and walk over to see this. I mean, all your crystals are dissipated, so you just see an absolutely destroyed apartment. You can imagine some of Viggo's equipment is destroyed.
Oh yeah, this place is probably
all fucked up. Like everything's destroyed. You know, there's just one can of Campbell's soup still sitting there untouched, but otherwise,
it's
John Travolta walks out the bathroom.
It's it's a 20-foot area. So the both hits were a 20-foot area cyclone of crystals. Oops.
It's like we're bunking in the barracks now, boys.
Yeah. So I would go over the body quickly to just sort of check for, I don't know, a magical device, something, anything that could like make this go wrong from here. So
take out his Virgil.
Absolutely.
Anything.
Just loot him, Tesh.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just grabbing everything, and then I'm going to pick up the body. I'm going to fucking fly out of here because I'm not risking this thing.
You want to spend
This
a
is
minute
smash
checking
and
the
grab.
pockets first, right?
I basically want to make sure there's nothing on him that's dangerous.
Sure.
But I'm looting him at the same time.
Why don't you go ahead and roll
You
me a
pull out a
perception check?
grenade, like a grenade with the pin pulled, and you're like, oh, clever girl.
Ooh, I'm going to luck this just in case.
Sounds straight,
I don't want to risk. Oh, we don't have luck.
Are you sure? There might be.
Yeah, I was. Did you see how I looked over to Scott for his reaction? That's okay. The more important thing is I get this body to Viggo.
Hey, you might have found something though. So
that's true. I might have.
You find crystals on their person.
In his bum?
Actual crystals, like psionic crystals, like not mine, like the actual ones.
Yes.
Ooh, what do I get?
To both you and Neil. You're like, it seems like he has nothing. Let me just. Oh, look! Another one.
Oh, shush.
Why are they on a string?
Helen's like, I've been in prison before. I know how this works.
Oh god, it's so gross. Why do we go down this path?
You have to be some. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Scott, why did we go down this route? This
Neil,
is 100% you.
Neil.
No, you started the butt jokes.
Yeah. Tesh is a beginner, so Virgil's a butt plug. This guy was like a preeminent, so it was a chain.
You say, as Green says, these are stones. So,
Oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Tash.
All right, moving on. So you are able to...
Fucking hell.
So you're able to get your hands on these stones, and you throw them into your sack. And
yeah, I was going to say, just if you want to tell me how many there are or of the stuff later, we can go through that later and continue with this.
It's a half dozen stones. You grab the body, and then you throw the body over your shoulder, and you fly out. Now, there are rules when it comes to flying normally for what your weight limit can hit for flying. Usually, you can't really fly above a light load. You know what I mean? So the problem is the body's not heavy, but it's also not light
That's
either.
okay. In that case, what I'll do to make sure I can do it is I'll actually free action drop the skin and then pull up the astral armor. So I have.
So do you say drop the skin? Are you flaying him?
Astral skin. I drop astral skin and I pull up astral.
Well, this
astral
boy wasn't
armor.
circumcised. I'll correct that here.
It'll mean I'm slower.
Flying over parallel with a knife in his hand. Somebody goes to sip their martini and it's like kerplunk.
It'll mean I'm slower, but it means I'll have the a little bit more strength. I can also I wouldn't have my backpack, so let me drop that real quick. Oh, I have already.
The body's not doing anything unusual. I'm not sure exactly what you're describing unusual. We've seen lopers die before, and nothing changes about them. So, yep, they just are dead. It's just a dead loper.
Cool.
In your hands.
So yeah, I swapped to the astral armor, so it's the more metallic, beefier version with like the plates around the neck and stuff, and I fly out with that.
Absolutely cool. So you go flying across the literally just with this body over your shoulder. You can't really hide anything.
No, this is priority one right now is getting this to Viggo and the Raylor. That's priority one. Everything with how dangerous this guy was, we could deal with fallout from this later.
Okay. So you are able to make your way. You're able to make your way back to where Raylor is. Now, mind you, in the interim, while this is happening, Viggo, what were you doing?
Me?
Yeah, were you going to go find Triss?
If this lines up time wise, that's what I mean. From when Gallon left, I was going through all the notes and all that stuff. But depending on time frames, I've either gone to find Triss or I'm still there.
So timeline wise, you'd be going to find Triss. Yeah. So you're looking for him.
Well, I'm going to find Triss.
All right, cool. So if we're going to find Triss, first let's do Triss, then we'll do you. Hey, Triss. You want to go ahead and I'm coming at you like Geralt. You want to
drink, so I'm going to be right back.
Want to roll me a diplomacy to find this young lady?
Sure.
I assume you're happy with that?
Yes.
You already know that she works down by the docks, which greatly narrows the search for where you need to.
She doesn't work.
I guess not.
If you tickle the roof of your mouth with your tongue, apparently you won't sneeze.
Okay. When you come over here, you can tickle it for me, but in the meanwhile,
That's foul.
Okay, get a cough drop anyways. All right, cool. So you, sir, are able to make your way over to where the docks were, because you know that's where she did work and that her father works there, because those are the two bits of information that you got beforehand. You can go ahead and roll me a D4, but this time it's not for an hour, it's for 10 minutes.
Roll 1d4. Yeah, of course.
You went to he went to go get a beverage, so he turned off his camera in the interim. So 40 minutes pass before you're able to find exactly where she is. Gallon, go ahead and roll me. Nope. Viggo, go ahead and roll me a diplomacy check.
You mean Tris?
Viggo.
Oh.
Not me. Oh.
To find me.
Oh, okay. I know you left and came back, so I wasn't sure what you had seen or not. Okay. You want to go ahead and roll me a let's say 2d10 there, Jake. Give him a moment. Boom. Oh, wow, real quick. You're able to find out where really quickly. Tris, you finally come to where her apartment is, and you get to the thing, and you know, it's like you steady yourself outside the door. You know her name is Tishtu. So you go, you knock on the door. There's a bit of a pause. You wait a little bit. Probably give a bit of a second knock. And then finally you see the door opens up and there's a young lady standing there. I mean, the poor thing looks like it probably took her a minute to come over and answer the door because she looks very pregnant. I mean, you actually, just looking at her, knowing your time on the farm, the way that she's carrying, you wouldn't be surprised if she's pregnant with twins. Jesus Christ. Either way, this young lady's standing there looking very pregnant. When off to your side, as you're literally opening your mouth to say hi or hello or are you Tishtu, whatever it is you're about to say, you hear Tris from your side. And looking over that way, you see that Viggo is standing there.
One moment. Literally one moment. Miss Tishtu?
Tris.
She nods and then looks over at him. At Viggo?
I've got a delivery for you. Just 1 minute.
Tris, Gallon's in danger. We have to go.
All right. He'd reach into his pouch, pull out 30 gold pieces, put them in a little pouch, and say, "Delivery from your hubby."
What? Who are you? She,
we don't have time.
Taking it.
Good day, man.
She's just sitting there looking flabbergasted, like. As you like, I imagine, turn and hop back on Carrick to go walk over to.
Pull up old BT.
Yep.
He can ride side saddle.
Horse, he's like there's a trader, the LC. She's one of them.
Craylene's passion. You're kidding.
I wish I was.
Where's Gallon?
He was supposed to be meeting up with her. She's the one organizing the raids on these people's locations.
Where are they meeting?
Are we going back to the barracks?
You found out which one he was. Like, it was one of those things before you left. You found out where he was supposed to go lead the raid.
Yeah, I'd say the
like more as a specific warehouse. Yeah.
You know, and then he would tell you.
Hold on tight.
Someone's in danger. You don't know how right that is.
Tris will say, "Hold on tight." Wait for him to hold on, and then kick Carrick into a gallop.
Did you guys just get 2 free horses off of those people? Like, he was able to grab a horse to come find you. Like, he didn't have to.
Yes,
sure. Then yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So you guys are
trying to force me to make a ride check?
Hey, since you're riding through a populated city, absolutely.
I am not. I am on the Carrick.
It's a DC 10.
What's my thing?
Tris would be shouting, like, intimidate check, whatever, for people to get the hell out of the way.
You have like a +4.
I am on the back of Carrick, and I don't have a +4.
How do you not have a +4?
I have a +2.
With a riding saddle, it gives you a it helps you not fall off as easy. So
so yeah, there was no horse with me. I had ran there, and yep, I'm holding on to Tris.
Oy vey. I'm actually afraid of horses. I've caught into enough of them enough times that they smell their blood on me, you know. So, anyways, you hop onto the back of Gallon. Gallon has to make a... Not Gallon, sorry. Hey-oh, you hop in the back of Carrick. Carrick has to make me a fortitude save.
Alan's had a workout today.
He has to make a fort save?
Hold on, boys.
Why does he have to make a fort save?
Because he's got a couple of fatties sitting on his back as he's making his way through the city fast.
How much does what's his face weigh?
A lot.
Not much.
How much do you weigh?
85 plus equipment.
As I keep saying, it's what the distribution of weight on the poor horse's back.
What was it? Sorry, 85 plus.
185.
I didn't hear that.
Oh
sorry.
boy.
Snaga, I love the no reason. I understand.
Listen,
it
Joey,
probably
give
is
us
no
the win
reason.
here, right?
No.
We've been through enough.
I'm not saying that's what it is. It just looks really funny to me. It's like douche, no reason.
Okay, here we go. Carrick easily is able to handle the two of you, and you don't even need to make a ride check. You can steer this boy with just your knees. So you can literally rub what's his name's thighs while you steer
As
the
we
horse.
go.
Yeah.
Shh, it's okay. I'll find him. It'll be fine. Shh. Shh.
Jake said they're like, actually, that sounds nice. I could, that sounds nice. I wouldn't mind that if I was on a horse. So you make your way downtown, riding fast, faces past, gallon bound.
I like it. That was good. That's one of your better ones.
Yeah,
That was, yeah.
and the usual terrible. So that's not saying much. You go to where Gallon's supposed to be, and you can see, even though the raid by now probably should have commenced, there's the soldiers that are supposed to be underneath Gallon. It's a half dozen soldiers standing there as the two of you approach. One of them looks to you and goes, "Oi, what are you, Gallon, then?" And somebody else gestures and says, "No, you idiot, that's a BT, not an Excellent." They go, "No, I meant that one," gesturing towards Tristan. And I imagine at this point in time, one of you probably chime in as the other one is saying, "That's a..." Oh, what are you? That's a champion.
Viggo would say, where's BC Raylor? He should be here.
BC Raylor. What was
Scott?
that? My apologies. Where's... Oh, no. You went to
Where's
where
BC?
you went to where Gallon's supposed to be, not the BC, correct? Oh, Raylor.
Yeah,
oh,
no.
oh.
Rylo's supposed to be
Yeah.
there as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Or arriving there.
You say BC, where's BC Rylor? And they go, the guy's like, "Oh, I didn't see him either. We just, we were supposed to be waiting on Gallon. He's supposed to be joining us so we can go and, cross the street and all."
Once more.
Raid
with
hasn't
feeling.
commenced.
Not here. Huh.
Where is Lieutenant Commander, whatever her name is?
Once more with feeling.
I don't rightly know. I don't go asking questions like that. I imagine Gallon will know when he gets here. He's the one that's leading us up. You look, and these are just a couple of,
Once more
low-level
with
soldiers.
Yeah. All right. We need to find the VC. Oh, he's saying that to Triss.
Tell me where
Is
to
it
go.
odd that he isn't here yet?
What would you say?
Is it odd that he isn't here yet?
Yeah. You diverted. You imagine that he collected some people, but he probably literally left pretty quickly.
Yeah. All right. So, is there other locations?
So you go looking around. So there are many different raids that are supposed to happen. This is the one that Gallon was supposed to head up, not the one that Valfine was supposed to head up. BC was supposed to meet here because of Gallon, to make sure that Gallon was going to be okay. Oh no. Yeah. To make sure that Gallon was going to be okay, and then the group
because
of
they
you were
weren't
supposed
going to
go for
believe
Valfine.
us.
Yeah.
Over
But
here.
what if he ignored you and went straight to Belthine? Because
very
he's
possible.
That's what I'm thinking. So he would say, "You two, back to the barracks."
Referring to the six, the half dozen or whatever that are here, you say that, and so they just kind of nod. Oh, Jesus, hype train's already coming back in.
Oh boy.
They just nod understandingly and go, "All right." And the other one's like, "Thank God, I was hoping not to get myself into." And then they start walking, heading their way back to the barracks as you just commanded them to do. Wow, almost level 5 hype train too. Jesus Christ.
It is level 5.
Almost completed. I mean. So you so it's just the two of you standing there as those others are going back. You
We
saw
ride
the
to-
map,
yeah.
Tristan. You know right where everything is happening. You are a part of that whole. Okay, and there it is. Jesus Christ. You know exactly where the Valfine is supposed to be. Do you want to try to divert that way, Neil?
Yeah, sure. If Viggo agrees.
It's been such a good session. I figured I'd throw one in as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, we should.
I'll say all the thank yous at the end of the stream. So just to get it all done there. So go ahead, Neil. I'm sorry.
That person's name is Monkey Monk. If Viggo agrees, then yeah, let's go to Velthine.
Okay, so you're gonna divert that way. You don't know the city like the back of your hand by any stretch of the imagination, but you're also not an idiot. You can go ahead if you have, again, just for navigating through the city, survival check with a big penalty, or architecture and engineering with a penalty, or you could just roll an intelligence roll.
Can I assist as I studied the maps of this area? As long as he tells me where it is.
Yeah, can I let him guide me like a rally driver?
Absolutely.
Tight left.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, Jake, why don't
Knowledge
you
local?
lead and he's assisting, and knowledge local is I will allow you to do knowledge local. He can do like a survival or an architecture engineering. You can definitely do knowledge local because you studied this.
There we go.
Oh, it's funny because you
Still
found me so
active.
fast. Haha. That's
Yeah.
right, it is. That's a good call. So he doesn't even give you a +2, but you get a +23, and Lord Gem +24, 25 on your own. You know exactly where to go and the best path to get there. You start making your way over to the direction where Velfine is supposed to be. As you make your way there, why don't you guys go ahead and roll me a perception check?
Jesus, we're gonna start seeing like smoke or something, or people running.
Oh, that's a perception check.
Really good roll, sir.
I mean, I guess I'll roll it. Like, why not?
I love Triss's rolls sometimes. Like in combat, obliteration. Out of combat, ooh, squirrel.
Neil, what I would say is this. You are greater than 1/4 the man he is. That's all. All right.
Yeah, I'm his dick. I get it. Great.
But most people value that as 3/4, you know? So that's good. No. All right, continuing. So you are, as you're making your way there, one of the things that you happen to notice is, so obviously there's a lot of excitement and whatnot happening as the raids are happening all over. You're literally riding past some raids that are happening. There's combat in the streets. You can see people being pulled out and thrown onto the ground, others being manacled, others literally, holding like a mask to their face with one hand, with sword in the other, and fighting. And you're riding past all this as you're witnessing this happening. Tristan doesn't really notice too much because he's like, that's right, get that one. You know, as he's making.
Because he's focused. He's put his blinkers on. Me and Carrick are both wearing our blinkers right now. We're like, not mowing down any small children. Ain't no way there.
You're rubbing his thighs. He's holding his hands to give you blinders. It's all good. So so you are making your way there, not really able to take in much more than what's obviously happening around you. Jake, it's as you get close to where it is, it's supposed to be the fight's supposed to be happening. You can see that it does not look like there is a raid happening there. There's no big explosive fight or anything like that's going on. It seems like nothing grand is happening at the moment. But something else catches your eye. Literally, as you're riding past an alleyway, you fucking swear you just saw a couple bodies in that alleyway as you went past it.
Oh no.
Do you say anything? Do anything? What do you do? You
yeah,
just went
straight
it's
away
one of those.
says,
You're like, just like.
There's bodies in the alleyway. Swing around.
Bring the horse to a stop, bring it around and go over there. And as you like just go to the edge of the alleyway or maybe even immediately turn with a horse, you don't want to catch yourself off guard. So imagine you just kind of like sidelong at the front of the alleyway. You're going to look into the alleyway and you're going to see that there is 3 dead bodies inside there. Armed, armored, and everything, suggesting that they are Perrin officers. More importantly, Jake, go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
Oh no, it's the BC.
Oh, fuck.
It can't be. An intelligence?
Yes.
Once more with feeling.
You know why he died? Because I thought he was all right.
Are you happy
my
with the
fault.
13?
I don't think we have any luck, but I mean, I'll try.
Actually, I don't know if there is.
Ah, fuck.
What is that emote?
1 second.
Well, it told me I got an emote, but I can't use it. It was like, here, use your new emote. Hype cheer.
Yeah, you've done it. You've hype cheered.
So
Or did it appear for you?
Yeah.
The emote.
So you look over and you can see that the 3 dead bodies that are in there are very obviously soldiers that now that you are able to intelligence check, you can recall I'm pretty sure that one right there was literally with the BC as I left to go find you. Like you're pretty sure this is at least one of them. You're pretty sure was with the BC as they head their way here.
He's been kidnapped.
The possibility. How are you feeling?
We need to find him.
Yes, we do. And we'll keep going, I guess.
Okay.
Any magic?
Oh my god. I'll give you a disguise self.
He goes in there looking like Yosemite Sam. Like, I say, see here. Or no,
do you have a bull strength?
That was the turkey one.
I do, yeah.
Do you like original or extra crispy?
I'm gonna down a cat's grace potion when we get close. I don't really have anything else. I have an invisibility, that I could give you, but it's not gonna make a difference for Carrot.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else.
Yeah, Green, I agree. There's just everyone's in full panic mode. We are, the military is, the Black Knights are. Apparently, this Loper was.
we've in discovering her, we've backed her into a corner, and she's somehow got the drop. We're assuming on the BC.
I really fucking hope not.
Yeah, so I'm gonna down some potions when we get close, Scott.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you drink a couple of potions. So close to where the warehouse you're supposed to go.
Yep.
I will actually. That's a fair point. I'll drink a cure light wounds now, just from my standard belt.
So you drink a couple of potions.
I will as well.
I just need to know what they are. As you're
bark
making
skin
your way over there.
Because it has a 10-minute per level duration, which is doubled. Cat's Grace, which is also, I think, 10 minutes. So I'll drink that when we're very close. What do I have? I'm going to drink a Bull's Strength. What else? See Invisibility.
Somebody's been
They're all
playing
really
Pathfinder
long lasting
Kingmaker.
ones.
Good plan.
He's been playing Pathfinder Kingmaker and realizing combats can't be won unless you prepare for them.
That's look.
What he's doing is he's pulling a Witcher. He's down in his things before the fight.
It's my cat, by the way.
Are they really going to replace Henry Cavill, or is that still just a stupid rumor?
I hope not, because he's fantastic at it.
It'd just be weird. I hate when actors change mid series, even if they're bad series like Universal Soldier. Going like Jean-Claude Van Damme for like one movie
It's just
and not for
very
23,
disconcerting.
but
Yeah.
But
The thing is, he loves the role. Like he's all about the role. He loves The Witcher. He's correcting lines on set, but he's like, hey, we use this one from this book, sort of thing.
I mean, to be fair though, lots of actors correct lines on set. You know what I mean? Lots of actors.
Oh, I know, but it's one of those things where he very obviously loves the part and The Witcher in general.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All
I
right.
doubt it would be his choice.
I mean, if it wasn't for actors using their weight, we wouldn't have purple lightsabers, right?
Exactly.
So what's up, Jake?
I said, all right, I'm ready to go.
You sure?
I think so. I mean, I could keep looking.
Okay. So you guys are you quaff a bunch of potions as you make your way over to the building. As previously stated, it doesn't seem like there's any fighting in the building. As a matter of fact, there's also no soldiers standing around the building and waiting. Whatever the soldiers were off to do, they've already gone in. Do you guys just immediately go to the building that is supposed to be raided into, which, by the way, is supposed to be an inn that's supposed to be raided into? Or are you going to kind of like check out the perimeter first? Is it like barge in, time is of the essence, or is it search around first?
It's always good to have a look, even though time is of the essence. If we just charge into a room full of, mages, all right, we're fine.
Roll me an engineering check real quick. You're not trained in it, or you are?
I am.
Cool. So Viggo, with your you kind of like stopping and looking at the thing and checking out the building real quick, you can see. So to describe it, this building happens to be at an intersection. That's one of those fun like 5-way intersections. So almost makes like a sloppy star-like formation of where the different roads go down. The building is in it's like a corner building to one of those intersections. Looking at the building itself, you can see that there's multiple ins and outs just by the front doors alone. But you also, looking at the building, remember what you saw on the map, like where the alleyways and whatnot of this area of the city would be set up. There's probably a back door that goes down an alley as well, giving just on ground level alone, or first floor as we say in proper English, there's probably 3 points of ingress-egress just with doors. Then, of course, you have the various windows at ground level, as well as whatever somebody could jump or run or climb out of at higher levels. So there's a lot of ways in and out just immediately. So obviously, you're going to spend a moment and kind of like look around. So as you're looking at this building and just trying to like analyze it really quickly, I'll have Neil go ahead and roll me a perception check, and you can follow up afterwards if you feel it necessary. But as you're looking at this and kind of thinking about it, you can also roll me a profession soldier check.
I don't have it.
Oh, you're not
I
a
do.
leader. Okay, cool. So then when he consults with you or whenever you think about it, you can go ahead and give that your opinion on that in a minute, Neil, but not yet. Roll your perception. Boom.
Boom.
Beautiful. You notice that there is actually, even though like there is no obvious like sign of like fighting right off the bat when you come up here. There's no like smoke. There's no explosions. There's no combat that you can hear. The alleyway, this 5-way intersection is pretty freaking clear for being the middle of the day, right? To be like it's morning. It's pretty freaking clear. So clearly something happened recently, or people were commanded recently to step off, so they aren't here. So with it being clear and kind of looking about, you definitely see there are a bunch of footprints that are in the dirt around you. That you can't see like how many, who they were, and like that, but definitely footprints like leading up to this building, so you know people came and whatnot. You also see blood stains, dripping as people are going into the building itself. So I mean, there's some sort of kerfuffle that happens prior to go into the building, or maybe in the building, came out and went back in, or whatever the case may be. But it looks like boot prints and whatnot predominantly going in. Doesn't really look like there's any boot prints coming out, at least as far as you can tell. So, Jake, you're analyzing the building. You're looking around and kind of like checking that up. I'll let one of you start RPing with the other one to see where you go from here.
Looks like
Viggo
people
describes the area, but yeah.
Tris would say looks like people went in but didn't come out. Not this way, at least. And he'd point out blood and say, blood.
And Jake's like, I'm scared of blood.
Invisibility.
Oh, that's good. That's good. We should make Jake's away screen. So you know how it's like it says Jake, but like if you have an image, it shows the image instead. So like for instance, my image is this. That way, if like I'm on a cell phone call with like work, that perfectly matches the background. So like to you guys right now, it probably looks like a square, but on a phone, it looks like it's the same color.
On a phone, right? I was like, on the stream, it still looks like a square.
we should get a picture of Jake, but then have it like silhouetted dark, like one of those TV shows, like the cops are talking to like the the informant.
Oh yeah, the
It's like a dark silhouette of Jake.
Nothing like silhouette, the protection of the identity thing.
Yeah, exactly. Do one of those, so when he clicks away, it's still Jake, but just like that. That'd be a fun image. Anyways,
yeah.
instead of just this Jake. Moving on. So Jake, you sir are. He says to you, the blood, the blah blah blah. What do you say? What do you do?
BC is probably inside. At least that's what I think. I don't know whether he's alive or not, and I don't know their numbers. He'll look to you because you're the you are the soldier. There's 3 points of entry. Do we ride back for reinforcements? Or do we act?
See you later, Raul. Neil, you can run me a professional soldier now.
Right, to my 8s and 7s.
It's better than my 2s and 3s lately.
We could potentially block off exits, make our way in one way. I am still wounded and tired from our past few days' activities. It could get dangerous.
Have you got one of those lesser restoration potions?
No, I drank mine.
Okay. How wounded are you?
I'm no longer bloodied. Just.
So you're not fully healed?
He means he's technically I can't use my hype trade ability. But
I don't have a hype train ability, but I used it, remember. I'm over half HP.
All right, do you have any more?
More what?
We should heal up.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I've got a bunch of level 1s that I could just chug.
Yeah.
It's kind of lame, but I could, I suppose.
Shots.
I guess I could drink 3 of those back to back before I start feeling sick.
Is that poll going on, by the way?
Roll 3D. Let me just drink 2 first. 2d8 plus. No, let's just drink 3. 3d8 plus 3. Absolutely atrocious. That's nearly as bad as single potion.
Yep.
My first single potion.
Max.
That was atrocious.
Oh, but it's supposed to be 3d8 plus 5 because minimum level 5 to cast the third level.
Pardon me.
This is 3 separate potions.
Oh, my
and
apologies.
They just have +1.
My apologies.
Yeah.
I misunderstood.
Let's see. 9 plus 3. I mean, I'm okay. I'm not great. And the risk is that if we're going into a building, I can't be mounted. I'm not useless, but I'm not as strong as I would be otherwise.
Maybe commander, but I'm not the greatest soldier, Tris. I need you to take lead here in what you think is the most effective way. If the commander is inside, we need to the BC is inside. We need to rescue him.
Effective.
But throwing our lives away at the same time does go against our orders.
Oh boy. Let's block off those other 2 entrances. I'll watch this one. You can run and get a platoon of soldiers. I'll hold them here for as long as I can, if they try to leave.
How far away is the barracks?
If you're going to go back to the barracks, you're talking. If you're riding, it's still many obstacles between here and there. But maybe 10 minutes. You know, hell, walking's maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes. You know,
It's too far, Tris.
Then we don't have a choice.
If it looks dicey, get out of there.
All right. Tris is gonna crack out some potions then.
Shots.
Tris is gonna drink a bull's strength.
You got the stress, I believe.
What does that do?
a +4 to strength. It's an enhancement bonus, so if you don't have any other enhancements, it just gives you +4 to strength.
Cool.
Can you lure them outside somehow?
Warriors!
Because that might be a better way to, if Triss is better to fight on the horse.
But they would know that. Why would they come out? Bearing in mind, this
Viggo
is potential.
tells you a word in a phrase in Gnomish. It's just like, you know, expletives, but he doesn't tell Triss that. He just says, point in the. If you see the lieutenant commander, point at her and say this.
Okay. Listen, if I cause a ruckus, can you not go invisible and try and get the BC out?
Listen. I might have to transform here. I can try and get the BC out, or I can help you.
Triss
Not to throw your life away.
Triss is going to drink a bark skin. And potentially one final potion.
This is a hype as fuck episode.
Just waiting for them to finish all their spells. No rush from me. I am perfectly fine with them getting themselves adequately prepared before they go into a scenario where they're missing their big kaboom person.
Yep.
And fuck it, I'll drink a potion of shield.
Yeah, I'm also adding to my potions by taking a blur.
I pressed it.
Yes. Good idea.
And I'll turn invisible.
Shield gives me +4, but it only gives +2. Okay, right. Cool. Okay, right. Chris will dismount Karok, pull down the visor on his helmet, pull out the hammer, raise the shield, and go and kick the door down.
Okay. You get off, you dismount. With your professional soldier check, you're trying to think of the best way in. Honestly, if they're going to make their way out the back door, there's nothing you're going to be able to do without, like you're saying, spend an adequate amount of time to go and block up one of the ways. And that may be difficult. The best thing you can do if you're trying to see if anybody's going to come in or out is you don't know this building on the inside. You don't know if both doors lead to the same big chamber or not. But if you want Viggo to go around back by himself, Viggo might be able to see somebody trying to make their way at least at the back door. And then hopefully if you're by one of the front doors, you'll notice somebody trying to go to the other one. But that also requires you guys to split up. I don't know if you'd want to go that route. Would you want Viggo to go to the back door so you go in the front door or no?
Do I want Viggo to go to the back door? It's up to Viggo.
Viggo, you feeling like going to the back door today?
I'm gonna stick together.
Okay. That being said, there are 2 front doors. Do you guys each want to go to a different front door, or do you just want Triss to go into one and you to hang back and keep an eye on both from the outside?
No, we're both going in.
Okay. So different front doors or same one?
Same one.
Okay.
So they don't have a trap, eh?
So front door, you guys go to the front door. It's kind of like one of those moments where you can feel Viggo kind of like put a reassuring hand on your shoulder, as the leader, just giving you that like commanding presence, and you just kind of like, I love it when you hold my shoulders from behind, and then you open the door up and make your way in. As I said, this is an inn. So the first thing that you open up to when you're in the inn is like a large kind of, antechamber, if you will. So immediately to the side is where a small open door is that leads to, this to your left. Small open door is that leads to the, like a coat closet or what have you, like a spot where people just kind of like popping in would be able to just like hang up jackets or switch out boots or whatever the case may be. Also, in case it was like raining or nasty out or whatnot. But then it does open to a large open room. This large open room has a couple of tables around it. Not a crazy amount. It's 2 larger tables that can probably each seat fairly comfortably 8 people around them, as well as a couple of other smaller tables. So you can imagine this is a place where the inn will serve some food downstairs, and patrons might be upstairs, et cetera, et cetera. Or at the very least, you can hang out here and get drinks when people are visiting you while you're in town, or maybe hanging out with the other patrons inside the establishment. You do see the off to your right-hand side, over by the other front door, there is a bar set up over there that has its various liquors or whatever behind it. You can see in the center back of this large room that you're in, there's a stairwell that goes upstairs. It's actually a decent looking stairwell. This place is honestly, with a little bit of like, paint or wallpaper, clean it up, change the carpets, whatever, freshen up the furniture. This could be like a really, really fancy establishment meant for like, nobility or whatnot. Unfortunately, even though it probably was that at one point in time, the years in war and whatnot, and the reduction of costs, or at least the inflation of what the money this place is pulling in is being spent on elsewhere, it doesn't look like it's meant for nobles anymore. Oh, there's also another problem too. There's a bunch of dead bodies on the floor. Looking about the large chamber, you see there's 7 dead bodies littered about. Of the dead bodies you see littered about, to like kind of like taking a moment to like just take it in and just be like, holy shit, and check your 6 and so on and so forth to make sure you're good. As you take a couple steps in, and then Viggo comes in behind you a couple steps, it doesn't take long if you just kind of like looking at them, and again trying to keep your wares about them. You're able to see that the 5 of the bodies have masks on, the domino masks on, and 2 of them do not. They're clearly inside Perrin soldiers' uniforms, so and armor and whatnot, but you can see that they're definitely dead. So maybe you're mistaken. Maybe she actually did in fact raid this place and fight against them and whatnot. I don't know if you want to go through either the door that's over by, not behind the bar, but by the bar that clearly heads to like the kitchens. If you want to go to another door that's in the back of the room over by the stairwell, where likely there's other cheaper rooms nearby, or if you'd want to go up the stairs to the rooms that are up there, or if you want to maybe investigate and hear a bit more.
I have the scent ability. Is there anything else I'm picking up?
So you have the scent ability. Ooh. So, giving you a good sniff.
I can also see invisibility, just so you know.
Give it a good sniff. You can go ahead and roll me a what's that word I'm looking for? Survival check. No, perception check. No, tracking is survival. Perception is to see stuff. So if you're trying to sniff, that's going to be a survival check. So one of the things you're going to notice is that the bodies in here are fresh. Like there's no like rot or anything like that. This all happened very fucking recently, but you probably could figure that out with better detail with your understanding of medicine if you were to go over there and investigate the bodies. You also could smell there's a bunch of different aromas of people inside here. So many. Unfortunately, you've never used your scent ability around Rylor or what's her name? Vilfine before. So without like a strong individual smell that you'd be able to associate with your mundane smelling that you normally have, it does not stand out to you. You would need like a strong, like maybe near to them or an obvious kind of like singled out trail. But there's just been too many people in there with a lot of sweating and shitting and pissing and whatnot, as you imagine, as they're fighting and killing each other. Inside this room's blood everywhere. Strong smell of copper, you know. Not to mention the alcohol and just the old pungent smell of a place that's not as well kept, right? You can't unfortunately pick up where anybody is around you in that like barring barriers 30-foot sensibility. You also don't have anybody you can track. Neil, what are you doing as he's kind of taking a moment to like Wolverining?
I'd like to ask my Alexa to play Doom Eternal, The Only Thing They Fear Is You. And then I'm going to begin clearing the rooms, moving through them, checking them.
Excellent choice, Tristan. All right, so
I wish I had it set up to play because I totally would.
so Neil, what are you doing as your
So I'm going to move through the rooms. I'm literally visually checking them as I go through.
So you want to look at these bodies and whatnot first, at the very least. Cool. So
cursory glance.
Yeah, of course. You're not like bending down and like checking pockets or anything like that. Yeah.
This is about being swift to check whether there are anyone still alive here.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a profession soldier check, and Tesh, because you have the pro account for voice mod, you actually can set up songs to be background noise if you put on certain voices.
Oh,
but you have to be worried about DCMA at that point. But
yeah, I realized after I said, I'm like, probably a good idea that I didn't.
Yeah, but you could actually set it up.
I think they specifically are okay with it, but it's a matter of other. Sometimes it doesn't matter if they're okay with it because companies abuse that stuff.
Yeah. So Neil, what you notice as you're walking by with your professional soldier check is the two bodies of the parent soldiers that you see here. They're also dressed in the way that Jake kind of pointed out beforehand. These wouldn't have been the original insurgents that came in. Likely, these ones could have come with the BC when he arrived along the way. But that the amount of just carnage, like blood and whatnot inside the area where, you know, furniture was hurt and flipped or whatever, suggests that there was probably a bigger fight than just these 7 people that you see. Which room?
So these two perhaps were holding reinforcements back, who've come in
potentially.
So the BCs may be swept in after the LC.
Yep, correct. Was she LC? Yeah, Lieutenant Centurion. Yep. So Lyson, you would call it, but either way. So you are going to go check out the kitchens, the kind of like the back cheaper rooms, or the upstairs. I know all, but wait first.
I'll sweep the kitchens briefly before heading upstairs because I just need to make sure ground floor is relatively safe for Viggo.
Sure. You go into the kitchens, and obviously you're walking in cautiously into the kitchens. You can go ahead and roll me a perception check. Viggo, while he's doing that, what are you doing, sir?
I'm sticking with Tristan.
Okay, so you're just following behind him.
Yeah.
With your 15 perception check, one of the things that you notice inside the kitchen is there's 2 dead bodies inside there as well. Both of these dead bodies happen to be black masks. You also notice that the back door is definitely open. The door that leads out into the back alleyway is open. Making your way over to the alleyway itself and looking out there, you don't see anybody in the alleyway but one more dead body, a black mask.
Potentially pursued. Fuck. Let's check upstairs really fucking quick then. Okay. And then if not, we'll follow these trails of bodies and blood, hopefully.
You go upstairs. As to not waste your time upstairs, this is where Viggo's scent ability does come into play. He's not going to need to open up every single fucking room. He can smell where the bodies are upstairs. There's no question in his mind. So, this way. You know, kind of like a guy pointing down a hallway, and you head over there and that room. And you can go over and you find a room, and once again, upstairs, you also find another dead parent officer and another dead black mask. When you go upstairs, eventually go over to the door where the things are, you can already see that this door was broken open. The hinges is already broken, so on and so forth. Wherever they had the latch on the inside set, that's already been broken. You can see the spot where somebody's shoulder clearly like dug into it. You can tell that they wore a degree of armor. Like, roll me a professional soldier check again, Neil. This is clearly some sort of plate mail or the like would have been worn. Good news is that is something that's noticeable, but also very few Perrin soldiers inside of the city wear plate mail. That's expensive and not the best for urban environments, right? So yeah, you have the so clearly like some sort of plate mail or pauldron was there because you could see the markings into it. So obviously with your weapon still out, and I think you have your shield in your other hands, swinging the door open slowly, looking inside, you can see some more dead bodies inside there. You walk in to investigate them. You can see that there are 2 dead black masks. You can see the Lyson, Velphine is dead here, as well as the BC.
Fuck me. Weapons used. Who's killed who?
Okay, that's a really good question. That comes down to a heal trick for you, or Jake can circumvent that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on, Jake.
Jake can roll for that, and then you can roll a professional soldier check to understand weapons with a finer precision than he okay, maybe not. But luckily for him, there's 34 on the check, because this isn't lore, right? So it's just it's not recalling knowledge, it's looking at it or whatever. So with your 34 on this, Jake, you can see that all the wounds on these, on all the people inside here, at least not all the wounds, but definitely the fatal ones, were all done by the same weapon. So whoever it was that killed these 4 people all used the same weapon. It's a bladed weapon. You're assuming by the way that they kind of like hacked in and dragged its way out, it looks like it's probably a longer blade, like an actual like long sword or bastard sword or short sword or something like that. Definitely doesn't give you the looks of an axe or a flail or a cudgel or anything like that. It definitely looks like somebody came in and killed all 4 people inside here. Potentially that person inside the hallway down there too. Who knows?
I see, and they're 100% dead.
That's a really.
They're not. You know what I mean?
Yep. You go down there, you check them out. They it's one of those things where you're like, okay, what was the actual fatal blow? Oh, this one was a thrust to the chest. After like being cut down, this is a thrust to the chest right here, no questions. Like over here, you can also see that the BC, that they weren't just killed, they were also unarmed. Like there's no weapons by their bodies. They were just hacked down.
BC was unarmed. Were they wearing armor?
The BC was wearing armor and was unarmed. You can see that the
plate mail.
For the appropriate Perrin armor for his rank. So absolutely yes, but looking at the markings on that plate mail, because that's obviously I see what you're trying to put here. You don't even need to take it off to hold it up to. You just looking, not the same style, not the same formation. This is a different armor.
I'm gonna go hunt down this fucking Black Knight.
Now, interestingly enough, we kind of thought that she was a traitor, right?
Yep.
So, does she have a mask?
So looking over her person and what she has on her, she does not have a. She does have a mask on her. As a matter of fact, yeah, she would have a mask. Not I would say there's not a mask on her, but obviously she had to go in here and talk to the people that were inside here at one point, right? So she doesn't have a mask on her, but it's comfortably settled with like a spray of blood across of it. On like in the room that you're in, on like an armoire or a bit of furniture to your side. So it looks like it was placed down there, then blood sprayed it afterwards as some wound hit. But you can definitely see a leadership mask sitting there, no doubt in your mind.
Yeah. We need to secure this scene.
Fuck.
Fuck that. I'm going to hunt down the bastard that did this. Triss is going to start stomping down the stairs and whistle for Karok.
Okay, so
Carrick will obviously come.
Field Commander Marilla
I assume you do
is
that
the
out the
next
back
person
door?
in charge, right?
Yep, out the back door.
Field Commander is not in the city. The Field Commander is handling shit outside the city. So they are in charge of the area. The Field Commander is the one that would have put the Battle Commander in charge, so you need to go inform them because somebody needs to be given this position. Somebody has to control the city now.
Yeah.
Fuck.
He's going to look at Tristan and say, don't throw your life away. I'm going to I'm going to secure the scene.
You say that from like the top of the stairs as he's like down there? Because he like stomped away immediately.
Yeah, well, Viggo would kind of follow him. He put his hand on his shoulder and he'd just say, good luck.
This will nod.
Yeah, someone went scorched earth.
Yeah, and Viggo will expeditious retreat as far as I can back to the barracks.
Okay. So you're going to make your way back
or
to the
if I can find any soldiers along the way.
Do you go invisible too?
Oh.
I will be invisible. Okay. Because I'm still invisible, you know what I mean?
So find soldiers along the way, even though you're invisible?
I'll drop invisibility.
Okay.
Drop it. You know what I'm saying?
So it's above. Okay, I'll get to you in a second because Neil's thing is more immediate because he's not traveling. Neil, so you're here. He put his hand on you, so on and so forth. You're some sort of way right now. You want to go storming out the back door with your horse to go try to chase down whoever the fuck this was. What do you do instead? Or do you do exactly that?
Yeah, I'd do exactly that.
Okay.
This man has to, or this person has to be dripping blood with the amount of murder that's just gone on in there. There has to be an amount of blood dripping off their armor, their weapons, everything. Mm-hmm. Like, this was close quarters combat with a very large sword or large bladed implement. The likelihood of them not dropping blood on themselves and therefore onto the floor is relatively low. I have a horse with scent and I have hopefully a decent roll on my eyes. Carrock will not be pleased about the scent of blood. And as long as he continues to not be pleased, like, he's a warhorse, right? He's not going to shy away, but he won't be pleased. He'll be agitated.
Yep. So you go out the back door and you call for Carrock to meet you out the back door, like out that way. So, as Carrock's like making his way around the block to come to the alleyway, hearing like where you're whistling from or whatever. It's kind of like what's that game? The Shadow game. No, the Shadow game.
Switcher 3.
No, it's a Shadow.
Switcher 3. Like, I whistle and Carrock's just like on a building next to me.
Shadow of the Colossus, like Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's the Shadow of the Colossus just appears, or like fucking any Zelda game, where Link just like whistles and it just comes in like, how the fuck did you get over there? Like, there's nothing over there. How are you over there?
My favorite thing is in The Witcher, you can control where he spawned by looking away as you like whistled. You'd like be looking in a direction, turn around, whistle, turn back, and he's there.
Yeah, because he's always from out of sight. Yeah.
So depending on if anything happens, you're gonna have to tell me the amount of time that's passed, because it's going to have an impact on.
I'll get to that in a second. So you're walking down the up the alleyway, out the back door, calling for this. As you get to the edge of the alleyway, your passive perception is high enough that you should probably notice this. So as you're walking up there, wait, what is your perception modifier? Is it 0?
Yeah.
Oh, roll me a perception check. It's a pretty easy check, so. Okay, so as you're walking up the alleyway, one of the things that you notice is you literally hear Carrock coming around the corner, and you look down, and you notice something bizarre on the ground out this back door. There's a splatter of blood on the ground right there. But it's like an unusual splatter of blood. Like, very unusual. Roll me an intelligence check.
You got this, I believe.
Because he unfortunately doesn't have his skills.
It's just dripping off something.
No, dripping off something would be something that you could understand as dripping. You've seen this done a bunch of times before. Ever since he got that fucking cloak, every time that Gallon is dirty, he takes everything on him and just kind of throws it on the ground.
Oh, son of a bitch.
And you're like, I know that fucking splatter mark. I know that splatter mark.
He's given me a concentrated source of scent. Prestidigitation may remove physically everything.
Yep.
But I have a scent trail potentially.
Yeah.
I know he's not a dog, but he's as good as, and anyone who says otherwise will get bitten by Carrock.
Carrock bites nipples only. Think about that. All right. So Like, how big is a horse's? Ah! Anyways, so you you bring Carrick over and shake your head. You get Carrick, come here, boy, and shove its face inside the blood, and Carrick gets a taste for it. So you have Carrick kind of give it a good old Joe Biden, and you're gonna mount up on Carrick, and POTUS at your service. So,
I'm just imagining Tristan riding Joe Biden into battle now.
Oh no!
Sorry, continue.
That's why I had to take a fortitude save to hold back.
I ruined Virgil, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Anyways, can somebody draw? Do we have any artists out there that can draw? Tristan riding Joe Biden. All right, moving on. Where's what's his name? Where's treadmill when you need him? All right, so
yeah.
So you, sir, are able to climb on the back of the horse and start trying to seek out whoever the hell this was that was in here. Is it literally just having your horse do a survival check? Is that your method for hunting them down?
Now, I know this person is wearing plate mail and wielding a large sword. They also are capable of magic, which means that there's a possibility of disguised self. However, the streets are relatively empty, but they won't be empty throughout the entire city. So I would also be able to, if people are looking worried, scared, running, moving away, clearing out, then it would give me an indication that I am on the right track. Because if you see a man wearing plate mail without any, and like a big sword, without any sort of insignia on them, potentially this man is wearing black armor, potentially this person is the Black Knight. It's sure to raise alarm, excitement, anything. I may even be able to hear some shouts or like, hey, look at that.
So you can go ahead and roll me a perception as well as the horse's survival.
This is not what I'm good at.
You're not what I'm good at.
Perfectly balanced.
As all things should be.
Oh, fuck it, Carol.
Ah, fuck.
Unfortunately, you are not really able to follow any scent trail that's noticeable. And as I said, this area was already cleared out by people before this even took place. So there's really nobody, even if it's one of those, oi there, like to somebody that's like looking out a window, they pull the head back in and slam the shutter shut. Like they don't even want to converse with you. Unfortunately, whoever this was, at least as of right now, we're able to get some degree of clean getaway. The trail, the mundane trail, is lost. The only thing that you can think of is some degree of magical tracking ability, which you know is something that exists if only you knew of a way to do that. In the meanwhile, though, you got nothing. Gallon, you make your way.
Oh, this is wholly displeasing.
You make your way back to the. Neil's like, I need to level up so I can get some skill points out there.
No, I like. There's no point putting them in those skills. Really. They're not class skills. Yeah. Like, what's the point?
I need to level up so I get one level of rogue, so I can underhandedly be really good at everything. So, all right. So, Gallon, you make your way back to the barracks first. You lands there, and this place is on low. What's the word I'm looking for? There's not very many personnel that happen to be here because everybody else happens to be everywhere else. So that being said, when you land into the place and you have the body on your shoulder, you make your way over to, I imagine, where the offices are, right? That door. Yeah. You go walking in, and there's literally one person still at a desk, and they look up at you like, those bodies not in. Please don't bring that in here.
I need the most secure room you have. Where is the BC?
They're like, BC went to, the BC went to handle directly the raids on the different facilities. Your group was a part of it. Your three companions were a part of it, because they don't know that you're the crystal person, but they know the crystal person has been seen with two of your other friends before, right? Just put that in the interrogation room.
Who's in charge now?
At the moment, myself. There's only a couple others here with me.
I need message sent to the BC and to BC Raylor and to
what the fuck? What is Viggo's rank again?
Viggo is BT, battle tactician.
And
this person's a lieutenant tactician. This person's a rank beneath Viggo, the person you're talking to. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
and to battle tactician Viggo. I need to see them both immediately in this room, and I cannot leave the body unattended.
They nod understandingly, and so you immediately go over to not to Rylor's room, but to the investigation room, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you roll me a perception check as you do so? As you're walking over to the investigation room, you hear a bit of rummaging happening down the hall from where you are, from the BC's room that you've been in a bunch of times at this point. So the body on one shoulder, it's weighing you down. It's fucking heavy. But you have the body on a shoulder of yours. You're fucking tired. Your strength is low, so on and so forth. You're feeling exhausted. And as you're walking into the room, tired, you hear something off to the side. So you look over there, and you see the BC's door is ajar, and you definitely see a little bit of movement inside there.
Is there anyone else in the hallway with me?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, then I'm gonna free action, drop armor, swift action, put on my astral skin, and I'm gonna put the body down in the hallway. So
you just kind of more or less, somewhat unceremoniously drop the body, because you're doing this quickly. Yep. So it's kind of
does it Reinhardt style? Hammer down.
It's not quite. Okay.
So you lower the body down, and as you're walking forward, it's kind of like
a. Yeah, and just as a note, because it's the way psionic focus works, if I'm not in combat, can I just take a moment to just?
It's a 1-round action, so more or less, because you're turning off one armor, it takes time. Putting on another armor takes time. Regaining psionic focus. So are you regaining both of them just to be fully up?
Yeah, just in case. I need to be fully aware, just in case this is something bad. And
technically 4-round action, not 1 round, but either way, same thing. So you take a moment to do this. All right, cool. So as you're taking those couple extra moments to do
I'm watching the door the entire time, but ready to act.
So more or less you spend 18 seconds to do all those different things.
Yes.
And as you do those different things, suddenly you see a bit of a flickering light inside there. And then, as you start to move forward, the door, as you're walking up to the door opens up, and you see somebody, and they go, shit! And they shut the door as they see you. And you can see it was one of the other Perrin soldiers. Opens the door, sees you, shit! And shuts the door. But in that moment that they open the door and go to shut it, you see that there's a fire in the office.
They're burning all the evidence.
Can I reflex action...
charge the door
to try and I can't charge, but I want to try and stop because I would have been close to the door but not through it.
You can still break the door down with so you can still more or less bull rush the door. Even if not charge, you still bull rush the door to them, which would be a CMB.
Okay, it's +6 at the moment. What's a door? I don't know.
It's their CMD, more or less, what you're trying to beat because you're trying to bull rush through them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's try it, because if I can... That doesn't... Really? That's... Oh, look at that. Look at the dice.
I see it.
Oh,
but
that dice is mean.
It's pretty 50-50, so... are you happy with your 11, or do you want to try to modify that with a luck die?
You know what? This is a normal soldier. Mine at the moment is 18. So a normal soldier, I might if I get a 4. Oh, you motherfucker!
You do have a winner for its wisdom to use at some point.
The DC.
Did I get another one?
You got 2.
Yeah. She used a second one. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
It was during the height of your scene. She said it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot you did get." Sorry, I didn't see that at the time, but you did get it at one point. Yeah.
I can't use it retroactively. I would have used it if I knew that I had another one. Does that count?
I'm gonna say because we did tell you, even if it wasn't noticed, we did tell you.
Okay, fine.
I feel like a dick if I say no because it was talked about during a very hype scene. All right, you have to re-roll though. You use it, but you have to re-roll.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
So there's a chance that you just waste it anyway. So I will. Take
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. That's fair. Okay, that's
you
more like
slam through the door. You like boom, and you hit the door so hard it smacks the person in the head really hard. They stumble backwards like over 5 feet, hit into the wall behind them. Their head slams backwards and smashes the window behind them, and they stumble to the ground on their ass. So obviously they were going to try to lock the door and hop out that window since there's a fire in here, but. Now
I'm putting out the fire first things first.
Yeah. So you slam. They get like thrown backwards, smack the front of their head with the door, go back, hit the back of their head through the glass, and then fall down and slump to the ground. They're clearly thrown backwards. The DC was a 13. You beat them by 13. So you crushed it.
Sweet. Okay.
So anyways, yeah, you the papers are on fire, and they definitely use some sort of oil. So even if you're able to try put out the fire, it's going to ruin.
There's going to be damage.
What papers are you referring to?
The ones that were left behind.
Viggo did not leave all the papers behind. Not
Viggo,
at all.
Viggo immediately left to go get the
Viggo had papers with him.
Oh, every paper with him?
No, not every paper.
Yeah.
But he had, especially the ones relating to treason specifically. He had with him.
Right. The evidence that was left behind is what was collected and being burned, as well as
it was a room full of people. Are they all gone?
It's a good question.
I'm gonna find out soon. I would be looking for any sort of like curtain or sheet or something to like damp out the fire.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
So there's a window right there. So I imagine you step over to the person, just kind of like grab the curtain or whatever that would be on that window.
I would not be being careful about stepping on a leg or something. So it's
putting out a fire is actually a reflex save.
Cool.
So you can go ahead and do that.
Come on.
Because of how fucked up everything is, this has got to be a trump card, man. Everything
there's still nothing.
Fuck
bad.
you, Joey. Fuck you.
Can I? Sorry, it obviously would take time. Do I get to try again?
Yeah. So more or less, you will eventually put the fire out. You just take some time. You don't do it quickly. Eventually, the person that's on the ground, like rubbing their head, like oh.
If they get up to leave, so while I'm putting out the fire, I just say,
"Move and you die."
They start trying to crawl away, and you say that when they're like halfway across the room. You like snap your head over to them, and say so, and they're kind of like, intimidation check.
Okay, well, don't have that good of intimidate, so let's just hope it rolls high. Oh no, the dice! Did you see that? Please tell me you saw that. It rolled to the 19 and then rolled back to the 3.
A 19, such a curve.
Physics are a slow and insidious killer.
Oh, chat! Did you see that? Oh my god!
All right, so you have a 3 for intimidate. They get up and start sprinting away.
I'm gonna throw a thing at them.
Okay, so you try to like throw a thing as they're round in the corner over there. Make your attack roll.
So
you have a win.
I can't let this guy get away, so he may die. But if he dies, he dies.
Oh, did he? Oh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come down to 2 power points. Well, after I use this one, I use a power point.
Can you not non-lethally kill him?
Not really.
Does it take a -4?
It's also
It does take a -4.
It's also.
I mean, he could throw it at their ankle or something.
I think I can't really do it with a throwing weapon. I think because it's like it's a blade.
What it is you don't murder them. You just incapacitate them. It's not.
Okay.
Like you're still gonna fuck up their like an arrow in the leg is
that's
still
what
an
I'm
arrow
doing
in the
then.
leg. It's just not gonna clip
I am gonna do that then. And I'm gonna use a psionic focus as well, so I have 1 left.
So you have -4 to this roll.
Yeah. Let me.
You can roll it raw, and we can take away 4 in our heads. So.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. Ooh.
That's a 15. Are you comfortable with a 15, or do you want to luck it?
I don't know if there is
What
lady
you
luck.
got on there, Scott?
Huh?
sort of armor has he got on there, Scott?
They seem to be dressed like one of the different employees that are inside here, which are all officers in here. Usually they're TRs or LTs, that are inside this place here.
15
really
should be enough, but given my day, I'm gonna roll luck if there is luck. Yes, there is.
You hit your target.
Good. Okay. I just wanted to make sure because this is everything's fucking going off. Thank you, chat. So boop, boop, boop.
Being just a regular, first level,
he's dead.
Aristocrat, which would be somebody who's proficient in multiple arms and has a position, and they have 1d8 rolled, 1d8 plus plus con health. Hey, can somebody in chat roll me a d8, please? Anybody in chat? I think I have d8s available. One person in chat roll me a d8, please, just so we see how much health they have. Hey,
if I kill him, I kill him.
Con. Let's assume they're healthy. Let's assume they had 3 health points. You just did 33 to somebody. You did 11 times their health pool.
It's non-lethal.
I did non-lethal, so he's fucked up, but he's down.
You threw that thing through their knee, shattering it to the point where they'll never ever be able to walk again. Like it just.
I told him not to run. Anyway. I told him not to run, and he ran.
Like it 100%. This person is just ruined for life. So.
Passed out from shock, I imagine.
Yeah. So they're gone.
And then I finished putting out the fire.
And you finished putting out the fire and whatnot that's inside there.
I would then immediately
the person that was inside the other room it comes running around into the corner and seeing like the dead body thrown on the floor, seeing the other person on the ground with nothing inside their knee. It's just bleeding out with bones sticking out of it and whatnot, of the inside of it or whatever and whatnot. And then looking down in the BC's room to see you holding the blanket over the fire and everything that's there, and they're like, guards! As they turn to start calling guards because. What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Excellent gallant interval.
Guards! As they're making their way across their office to go try to find reinforcements. You look like the bad guy here.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's fine. I don't need them to not. That doesn't bother me right now. I can prove who I am when this happens. I can so I just want to make sure I put out the fire and stop as much damage to the evidence as I can.
Okay. So you're going to put out the fire, get that done, and by the time you go walking out of there down the hallway, they haven't returned yet with any other guards.
I would have dropped like once the person's gone, I would drop my armor.
Okay.
Once I've got the fire out, I would drop my armor.
Of course. What do you do next?
Oh, I would take the original body into the evidence room. Well, see if that guy's alive. Then take the body into the evidence room. What?
They're alive.
Yeah, okay. Take the body into the evidence room and see what damage has been done in the evidence room. If there's like, if that other person was in or not, because I didn't have time to stop them. Okay.
So you go into you drag the body into the room where you were interrogating the other people earlier, right? And do you say you brought his body in there as well, the person that tried to run?
No, I just brought the Loper body in there.
Okay, that's fine.
Specifically, once I've got the Loper body in there, what are everything that was in that room still in there?
So you go over to the other room, the other investigation room.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
So you go and you open up that door. Everybody's sleeping. There's no paperwork on the desks. It's all been removed. It was on that pile that was being burned and destroyed. Everybody in here is literally
for everyone to wake up. I assume they don't.
Nobody wakes up. Yeah.
I'm gonna make one of the small crystals and just poke. Like just little tiny poke on each of them to get them to wake up.
Even just like a slam of the desk really hard.
Then I'll do that.
Heads. Yeah. So you just kind of like a really hard slam. It bangs their heads like, what the hell? Why did I fall asleep? It wasn't that boring.
Someone attempted to destroy the evidence.
Huh? And are you still in your crystal?
Is it on the
Like
table
you now?
I look like me now.
Okay, cool. Your regular armor or whatever, right? Cool.
Yeah.
So they're like, what? Oh, What?
Is it all on the table or is it all gone?
All gone.
Is everything gone?
Everything's gone.
Okay. With me to the office. He tried to burn it, try and see what you could salvage.
Okay.
And I would lead them out to the...
You lead them up. They look, what happened to Tony? And
he was the one burning it.
so they go and they start, and then eventually you see the other person return back in. The LT walks in with some guards and looks and says, "That's not him, but that is an ally of the one that I just saw burning evidence." And they start making their way over to you.
I don't need to press the thing. I went to press the thing. Excellent Gallon Idravor. This one, pointing to the one around, was the one burning. I was involved in stopping the burning. You can ask these ones who were put to sleep, I assume either by this one or someone he was working with, like looking down and likely someone he was working with. I've asked them to try and salvage what they can. I put out the fire.
Why don't you roll me a diplomacy check?
What's their rank, Tesh?
The
What's
highest
their
rank
rank?
one is an LT, so they're technically an officer.
These dice!
That looks like a 2 to me, though. That is like 80.
I know,
20,
but
so.
it like went 20.
So the officer says to you, if your name is Excellence Gallon, then you will stand down and you'll be investigated. And they say, they look at the officer and say, bring him to the investigation room now. And they go to escort you, like, let's not make this rough, huh, buddy?
Yeah, understood.
One investigation room has a dead body in it.
Yeah, no.
What the hell is that?
No, I'm gonna say regardless of the investigation, make sure no one removes the body from that room, and once again, make sure the other's secure and no one else disposes of any of the evidence.
And they bring you over to the other investigation
You can do
room.
what. This is just to make sure this doesn't ruin the investigation entirely. I understand the need to take me in.
Yep. So you go into the other investigation room where they were all just sleeping, whatever, and they leave a guard inside the room with you, but they don't question you or anything yet, and they shut the door. While you're in there, roll me a perception check. Yeah, I got you 1 second. Roll me a perception check.
Oh, I was sorry. I was also going to say I would be sense motivating people to make sure they're not like, oh shit, we got to get rid of him, sort of thing.
You have nieces, right? No?
I have a niece.
You have a niece,
yes.
okay. So you know how horrible glitter is? How no
Yes,
matter what,
yes, I do.
It doesn't go away. That room has glitter in it. You notice there's glitter, kind of like why is the desk shining slightly? You touch it, and now there's like glitter on your hand. Then you realize, like the back of your hand from where you slammed your hand on the table earlier to wake them up, there's like a bit of glitter on it. This is like, obviously you don't know what glitter is; it doesn't exist, right? But you see this like glitter on you, and you're like, what is this? And it's got, looking about, it's even a little bit like on the walls and whatnot in the room. But this room has glitter inside of it. Isn't that you notice? Okay, cool. Jake, finally running back here and out of breath. You coming into the place. You can see that there is a bunch of guards stationed immediately outside the offices. So as you go walking up, one of the guards says, "Whoa, hold up. My apologies, BT, but there's a situation being handled at the moment."
Situation?
Yeah, I don't think I'm at liberty to discuss it. I'll get the LT that's in charge so they can explain.
Quickly.
Yep. A couple minutes later, the LT comes out. They come out and they come over and say, "Where is the guards? He's an ally with them as well. Apprehend him."
I look at them, and I point directly at the one and say, "We are. My name is Viggo Medahina of the Paradel Military. We've been conducting an investigation and have found traitors in our midst. We have documentation gone through with your own people inside. I need as many soldiers as you can get to accompany me. The BC is down."
when you say that last part, like most of it, they're just kind of listening to some of this, the last part. Then it's like shock amongst them, and the LT is like, "Wait, the BC's in trouble."
Now,
you see, there's a couple moments where they're thinking, they're trying to make a decision, and then they say,
"I'll make this easy for you. I'm taking command temporarily."
No, nope, not happening. I'm sorry. He says to the soldiers that are there, apprehend this one. We don't know if this is
your lieutenant commander
and
is a
your
direct traitor.
ally.
Are you?
Your ally was the one that just destroyed evidence inside of the BC's
ally
office.
is the one taking down the Black Knight. Your LC is a Black Knight. Are you?
Okay, so you're going to have to roll an intimidation check as you're trying to convince these soldiers to follow your order versus his. Because both of you outrank them. You technically outrank this one, but he's the one that has control of the situation. So,
yeah.
So you roll an intimidation check.
Can I hear this going down?
Probably not. There's across a room, a bunch of people chattering, so on and so forth. Yeah. Outside, you know. You might be hearing some like woo, from a distance, but...
Okay. So I have a Winnie's, and I'll be using it here.
There you go. Nice.
Yay.
That means I have a...
Yeah, that's a good point. Viggo was bringing soldiers along the way. Wasn't he trying to grab soldiers on the way?
There should be soldiers that are here that I specifically sent back.
But they're not about to just start attacking other soldiers. You know what I mean? Like there's confusion right here. If soldiers
I'm not
just
trying to
immediately
attack anyone.
No, I know, but they're not about to just start jumping into action. They're like, let the bosses figure it out.
I think I had intimidating diplomacy then. I'm not trying to intimidate them. I'm trying to intimidate, not even try. I'm just stressed at this one guy. But I mean,
yeah, of course. Of course, you're just trying to command the situation. And so I'll let you roll
right.
your
so
+5.
I cannot change it to diplomacy.
Nope. Well, that's not you weren't being diplomatic. 16's pretty solid.
I don't know if we have luck.
Luck it.
I don't think we have any luck. We don't have any.
You do. You have at least one. 19. Nice.
Nice.
God.
So it's one of those things where the guy like takes his breath like he's about to start shouting back, and one of the soldiers says, "Sir, he is the BT here, and if the commander's down," and the guy's like, Let's all just level our fucking heads. Okay, you're saying the commander's down. Your ally tried to destroy evidence.
Okay, the person literally saw me with a sheet over the fire. Do they don't know how fire works?
Well, does it?
Viggo, reading the situation, just says, things must not be as they appear. Do you have him detained?
Nods. He's being questioned right now. It's not like he's about to be just locked up.
We will speak with him when we get back. He'll name the people who are in the room with him. Are they still here?
Yeah, they were sleeping.
Then sleeping?
Yeah.
They had important documentation.
It was all...
They had document...
BC ordered them not to leave the room.
Yeah. They all fell asleep inside there, and their documents were taken. That's what was being destroyed.
How long was Gallon here for?
I didn't see Gallon when he arrived. I saw the crystal person, your ally, the crystal one, was the one that was destroyed.
Yeah.
When I went to go get the guards to apprehend him, I came
How long was he here for?
Minutes, perhaps?
Then it wasn't him. You have him detained. You need to talk with those people in the room. They can confirm for you what we already know, that Lieutenant Commander, what do you call it, is a Black Knight. And he points at the rest of the guys. Me now. And then they'll
there's like an extra second, and he's like, yeah, what the BT said, sir, sir. And then he turns and goes in to follow orders. And so he starts, he'll actually come into the room with Gallon. And he says, hey, you got here after everything went down, huh?
What did the other person say they saw?
Shakes their head. Listen, destroying evidence, all that is bad. We need to get to the bottom of it, but
they weren't not destroying evidence.
Listen. Your officer just came and said that the battle commander is down. He's just out the front. You go.
I will salute, and I will run out to him.
Yep. So I imagine you just quickly like.
Yeah. As soon as I get to him, I'm telling him psychically through Virgil, fucking everything that happened.
I mean, you as this is coming through, Viggo just snaps to you and says, "Wait here, guard them."
Understood.
Don't let whatever is left, do not let it out of your sight.
So I would turn to the other soldiers and just say, I'm going to stand by the doors.
Okay. So
So I'm standing. So I'm specifically standing in, like, I assume the doors to the
evidence is.
Yeah, inside of the evidence room. Yeah.
Perfect.
Right there by the door. Nothing's
so that's situated, and I can just tell you, nothing else is going to happen there until everyone.
Good. I'm just making sure.
Neil's unfortunately wasting time searching for something that he can't find because he rolled, unfortunately, very poorly. Jake now has the soldiers that he gathered along the way, as well as the soldiers he just clicked from there. He's got probably like a good, 14, 15 soldiers with him as he's making his way back to that establishment to try to find out what the fuck's going on, so on and so forth. And so with this intense moment, I
don't want to even end this session, man.
I know, right? What the fuck? We need to keep going.
It's funny.
At least we stopped the like weird accidental coup that nearly happened because of one random person being like, I don't know how fire works.
For you guys, it's right now it feels early to you guys, doesn't it? It feels like we started early or ending early, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's funny. It's almost 11:30. I actually don't have to go to work today because of a bunch of crap I'm doing for work tomorrow. But I do actually. But
yeah, we feel them. But honestly, it made it for a really fun, epic session. So
yeah,
we'll see how this plays out.
It's cool of you to say, but I fucking hate them. Fucking ruined all our nicely laid out plans.
Oh,
I'm with Neil.
Yeah.
It was an intense session, but when you do everything right and then things just fuck up for no reason, it's like.
Well, what fucked up? You succeeded. You found your person.
No,
they're dead.
Everyone died.
C was a good guy. I liked him.
I'm really sad.
We had him on the outside. Now I have to
awesome.
deal with these people. Not only that, we need to get a report out to the field commander to come back in and explain the fucking situation. This thing blew up from dealing with the Black Knights to dealing with fucking traitors in the Paradel military.
Historically speaking, the FC will come into town and instantly die. Gallon will find them and be accused of murdering them.
Charged, yeah.
He will then be put into prison.
At which point, another loper will appear out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you guys definitely going to want to go talk to the field commander since you have the strongest grasp of the situation out of everybody. And you know the field commander's name, you just haven't met them yet. Their name was
it's
Marilla. Don't even tell us. What's the point? They're going to die.
Yeah.
Just I don't need to know the name.
Will be like coming into the city. We won't have to go to him, right? Because of what's happened.
Word would have to get to her first, and then she would have to come back or send for you or whatever the case may be. Yeah. It's not like she's particularly far. She's in the region. It's probably maybe a day or two travels away, not like across.
Yeah, I would send someone for her now because like it's good. The situation's gonna be fucked when they get back anyway.
Vincent Vincana is not in the south. Vincent Vincana is in northern. Their battle commander Vincent Vincana is in northern Delagus.
We should definitely send a rider to literally go right now. Like,
you could actually take care of that while you're where you are. You know what I mean? You're in excellence. That means you actually have a degree of. You're in the first like NCO, like non-commissioned officer, right? So you could actually look to a legionnaire or legionnaire superior probably because it's a more important task, and be like, word needs to be given to the field commander immediately. Get me parchment and a pen. Like.
Oh yeah.
And,
that's a good point.
And you could have that taken care of. And so we'll just assume that you're doing that, right? Awesome. So we'll leave it with you guys recoiling from this. So next session you can come back and decide how the hell you're going to handle that whole situation of what just transpired.
Heads up, there is AC representatives here, and I will be trying to meet with one of them. Okay. No, I'll be trying to speak with Dead.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Why don't we just get the AC to crack out their tracker hounds?
We need to figure out what the glitter was in the interrogation room as well.
Oh, I can tell you what that was. The person that cast sleep on them was the person that you apprehended, but they can't cast sleep, like they're not a mage, right?
Oh,
so it was like a magical item that had that ability in it. Yeah. That's so that Viggo would be able to identify. I think he has like a pretty good ability to digest that stuff. So it'd be more or less like a chemical magical version of that. So he'd be able to.
Well, we have someone who's not dead, who's hopefully getting medical attention now, without a knee.
Yeah. All right, I really got a pee.
Yeah, that was. Oh boy, I'm going to be suggesting people watch this session.
Yeah, it was pretty intense.
This has been crazy good.
Yeah, the fact that you killed that Loper too, like you have to understand. So fun fact, spoilers if you guys don't watch all the sessions in line. So take off your headphones if you don't want spoilers for another campaign. But fun fact, on this past Friday session, so technically not this past week because we didn't play it, but 2 weeks ago, they were ambushed by 2 Lopers, and they 2v2'd them, and they were able to just ignore one and tag team the other one. And once they defeated it, the one that was still standing kind of pulled the dead body away, and they retreated, and they were able to step away. They more or less did like a dimension door effectively thing.
Did that happen to be this one?
Well, that's why the one that you encountered was injured already when you encountered them. They're like, because more or less what happened was in their campaign, they were able to detect the use of powerful psionic powers because 13 was with them. So they went to go investigate, and that's how they found Rena and then this one, obviously you're using your powers. So they were like, all right, what the hell is going on? So they found you, and they're like, all right, this is just some peon, some, and they just went to go wipe you out. But you went fucking, what is it? A spirit bomb on them.
Thank
twice.
you, chat. I would be fucking dead if it wasn't for that.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah. So it's just funny that Regis won't know it, but technically both the Lopers they fought were defeated. So I wasn't defeated. I have lots of shit going on now. So, but I'm happy. All right. Anything anybody wants to say before they leave? Tess, you want to talk about anything going on? Any big events?
Great time to cough. No, right now I've got nothing else on. I will say, after you log off, check Discord for new information that you might be very excited for.
All right, cool. I'll totally check it off. All right, let's go raid a friend of ours who's playing Pathfinder Kingmaker. Check it out. Give them some advice. No spoilers unless they allow backseat gaming. Let's go see an old friend of ours. Say toodly loodly or whatever you say.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.